Click.
It's the COLA we gave. That's the difference. Good morning. It is Tuesday, March 28th. We're here for a regular scheduled commissioner meeting. We have all three commissioners present. We have the administrator and the clerk of the board. At this time, I'll call the meeting to order and ask everyone to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda is the update from the Potts and Associates legislative update. Are you on the phone?
Yes, sir, I am here.
You have the floor.
Oh boy, again, that's always a scary thing. Thank you very much for the time, gentlemen. It's a relatively short report this week. We're coming up on the first cutoff in the opposite house. So bills in the opposite house Wednesday, tomorrow, the close of business, is a cutoff for those bills to get out of policy committee. Allegedly, again, if a bill doesn't make it out of the policy committee by time they adjourn tomorrow, then it's dead. Now, that said, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes and things coming out that kind of deals that are being made, deals that are being broken, and they may deem some of these necessary to implement the budget. On budgets, this week all of the budgets should be out, so the House and Senate operating and capital budgets, transportation budgets. We should see the Senate transportation budget tomorrow. They're hearing it tomorrow or Thursday. We're still kind of trying to wade through this and see if the transportation budgets align. And also, the governor's office has come out kind of in I don't want to say a pre-announcement, but just kind of some guiding information that they've sent out. They're saying, look, we are... the governor's office is still really, really focused on affordable housing and looking to try and figure out how to provide some supplement for affordable housing without raising taxes. Some of the things that they're talking about are issuing some bonds, several $1 billion in bonds to support, the affordable housing stuff. I really don't know how that's going to work. Basically, they're kind of grasping at straws to try and get some of their agenda done. Because to be quite honest about it, there's not enough money and not enough places to raise taxes or the political will to raise taxes to pay for a lot of the things that they're pushing. So they would be looking to, to issue some bonds to do that. I don't know how that's going to shake out, but we're already starting to see some of the gubernatorial influence on the budgeting, the bills that are coming out. And, in fact, we're already starting to see some campaign influence coming in for next year's governor's race. It sounds like King County exec is going to run for governor. I don't know if he's announced yet or not, but it's kind of what it's looking like. And I bring that up because House Bill 1670, which is the local option on property taxes going from your 1% that you currently have the ability to raise annually to 3%. King County has made that one of their priority bills this year. And the reason that I say it's politically charged, specifically for the gubernatorial race here in 2024, is basically they've come out and said, well, if you guys don't pass this bill, you're not keeping any promises that you've made to the counties or to King County specifically. This is just unacceptable. Pretty broad declarative statements, about what's going on. That bill for King County generates tens of millions of dollars. I think the last I saw something like $44 million or something. And actually at the last, I don't know if it was the steering committee a couple weeks ago or the round table. Anyways, somebody asked Wasack if they could do an accounting specifically on this bill of what would 1% increase in your local option mean for each state. so we can do a visual representation. Long story short, the rural counties, it's anywhere from $10,000 for the real small ones to, a couple $100,000 in your budget, where maybe $1 million in some, but it's just not that much money. And it's a heck of a burden on your citizens. So, it's kind of an urban-rural issue that they're having right now. And Seattle's pushing on that one very, very hard. This is one of those, allegedly, the bill is dead. So, but it doesn't mean that it is dead. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. And I've said this previously in our updates. Deals are 100% falling apart right now. We've got a bunch of freshman legislators. We also have a bunch of legislators that have never been in person. And it's really kind of shaking out to where, a legislator will do a handshake deal with a lobbyist, an agency, another legislator, whatever, and they don't think to take it back to their caucus. When they do take it back to their caucus, maybe there's 4 people that have made the same kind of deal on different sides of the issue. Now they've got a problem. So what this really translates into is a communication problem amongst the legislators within their own caucuses. And it's creating, and I can't emphasize it enough, it is creating a lot of internal friction, both within the caucuses and between the caucuses and between the houses. For example, I've heard some legislators that have promised that they're going to run somebody else's bill from the opposite house. They're champion it until all of a sudden they kill it. And then that kind of sparks this, oh, well, you killed my bill, I'm going to kill all of yours. And it's just it's kind of a nightmare right now from that perspective. So we're seeing some really unpredictable activity. Outside of that, our fiscal cutoff is next week. So that would be Ways and Means, Appropriation, Transportation, committees like that are considered the fiscal committees. And generally a bill, if it doesn't go to transportation, generally it'll go from a policy committee. If there's a fiscal note attached, it'll go to the fiscal committee, and then they'll work on it there and make sure that it comes through with the budget. As of April 12th, that's going to be kind of your last big cutoff. That's the last day to pass bills out of the opposite house. From that point on, we're running on concurrent calendars, and the budget negotiations start. So kind of from that point, concurrence aside, it's all, I don't want to say secret behind closed doors stuff, but the bean counters go to work and try and figure out how to reconcile the House budgets with the Senate budgets with the governor's asks. And so it does look like they're probably going to get out on time. I think the political will here coming into the 2024 elections is starting to wane. People are starting to kind of look at things and go, man, I don't know that we have the power or the ability to raise taxes to impose some of the more extreme stuff on one side or the other. So that's kind of where we stand. Do you guys have any questions based on what you're seeing? Any questions on what's going on, the schedule, kind of the behind the scenes stuff? Anything you'd like to know?
Questions, commissioners?
I don't have any questions.
Zach, Commissioner Peck, you made some good remarks there, I think, about the 3/10 levy, or the 3% levy, excuse me. So often we think about politics in this state as the divide between East and West, and you properly described it as urban versus rural. In this particular debate, King County, as you pointed out, pushed strongly at Wasatch for the 3%. I pushed strongly against the bill, believing that, one, it doesn't generate any meaningful revenue for some of the smaller and mid-sized rural counties like ours. But when the vote was taken, the division was certainly not east-west. It was urban and rural, and I'm seeing that division more and more as various pieces of legislation come up. So I just thought I would share that. All of us at one time or another have really viewed these issues as east and west, and they're really not. They're urban and they're rural. So thanks for making that distinction. I think it was a good one. Have you gotten any insight in the last 24 hours or so on the Senate transportation budget?
Right now, still kind of breaking things down and having conversations about it. It's a little early to have much insight at this point in time. Tomorrow will be better.
And so
We'll have a lot more. So, part of the issue we have back and forth is Representative Fye has a tendency to kind of just do what he wants. And so the reconciliation here is going to be interesting. I don't know how well they're communicating back and forth. The good thing is that the budget writers and the budget chairs on this stuff are seasoned legislators, and they do understand that you have to talk back and forth, maybe not necessarily to the opposite party, but at least to the opposite house. And that's kind of why I brought up the governor's emphasis on this, on affordable housing and things like that, because I think that's going to, I don't necessarily think in transportation, but I think overall it's really going to throw a wrench in this engine on how they are putting together the budgets.
And have you heard anything about the federal exchange on, as a pilot test on DOT dollars for road work?
I think that one is going to be something that's going to come down to a negotiating point at the very end. There's definitely a lot of favor for it. And I think the feeling is, well, it's just a pilot. Let's see how it works. So I don't want to throw an opinion out on that. I would just say that, personally, I think we should have some concerns with that program. And Wasac has some different sides of that. I don't know. I think that's kind of for you guys to really think about. Personally, I have concerns.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to point out that the 3% measure on the levy for county doesn't include the current 1% that we're authorized per year, but it does include up to 3 for new construction, inflation, population. The new construction is not part of the 3, but inflation is the biggest piece of that. There's no change in that formula, right?
No, not that I know of right now. And the one thing that I will say about that bill, kind of in closing for you, I agree with your assessment, urban-rural, and it's not really any benefit to mid-size and smaller counties. My caution on this bill specifically, if we compare this to something, some other politically charged policy bill, you can always undo a politically charged policy bill next year. If this bill were to pass, it would put Wasac and the counties in a really, really tough position. This would be it'd be very difficult to undo in the future, because the position that the counties would have to take is we'd have to go back to the legislature and say, hey, yeah, this doesn't work. We want to, let go of some local control and some local options and give the state, give the legislature more control over taxing authority and things like that. It doesn't message well. And it's really not something that any of the counties, the commissioners, the lobbyists for the counties, Wasac, anybody, we're not going to want to go back to the legislature and have that conversation. And in fact, it's probably contrary to Wasac's primary objectives, which is, local control, don't supplant our projects, our control, our local jurisdictions. Going back to the legislature and say, hey, pull this back, would fly right in the face of that. It would just be difficult. So this is one of those, if we're going to do it, they need to be really, really, really sure that this is what we want.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment there, and I'll just close with, there is always tension between the state legislature giving counties authority to raise taxes on our citizens and the alternative approach, which I think is better, more lawful, more constitutionally consistent, is for the legislature to stop levying unfunded mandates or unfunded requirements on the counties. They continue to give us more and more work, yet they don't fund it, even though it's state responsibility, it's not local. And my fear with this 3% move was that it very much was an attempt to say, we gave you authority for 3%, and until you tax your citizens up to the full amount that's authorized, we, the state legislature, don't feel any great obligation to fund these programs that we levied on you. So it's not just east-west, it's also tension with the legislature, and I think the 3% is a setup for the reason you said and the one I just obviously spoke to. Thanks, Zach.
Yep, spot on. Yep, thank you, sir. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. Well, drive safe, and thank you guys very much. Call or email anytime, and we'll keep our eyes on these budgets for you.
All right, thank you. Next
All
on
right,
our
thank you.
agenda is the approval of the minutes from January 31st and the special meeting on March 16th. Is there any additions, revisions, or corrections?
No.
Okay. Next, we'll move down to the approval of the vouchers.
So we have two before us today. Move for approval of fund expenditures in a total amount of $892,470.27 as presented, and note that it has been reviewed and signed by two representatives of the auditor's office and the county administrator.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Move for approval of salary clearing payroll and emergency management payroll in a total amount of $43,335.14 as presented, and note that it has been reviewed and signed by two representatives of the auditor's office.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Moves us down to the consent agenda, and there are 9 items on the consent agenda today.
Mr. Chairman, there's a few items on here that I think warrant at least some brief separate discussion. And with that, I'd like for us to have some discussion on consent agenda items 6, 7, and 8. And perhaps we could just have a brief conversation on those in advance of a motion for the consent, and then follow that with a motion for the full consent, if I just get a couple of questions answered about those. That'd be all right?
That's fine with me.
So items 6, 7, and 8 are employment agreements for various office holders in the county, not electeds, facilities, planning and building, so forth. I know there's been some very brief discussion of this concept in the past. I wasn't aware that we were moving forward to actually produce them for a number of employees, and my question would be for anyone who cares to respond, county administrator or my fellow commissioners, what is the anticipated benefit to Franklin County and the taxpayers of this county of offering these separation agreements to these employees?
Mr. Davidson.
The intent of these is to bring uniformity to all the directors that report to me to be under the same type of a contract. We did talk about this to some length. It was several weeks back. I was actually due downstairs for a virtual meeting that I was attending, and so I had to leave the board meeting early, and I spoke from the podium on the way out about this issue. I thought at that time that I had approval of the board to go ahead to bring these forth, and apologize it's taken this long to do this. But once again, it is to bring uniformity. These are equate to Sam's contract that's already been signed. It just so happened, and I pointed out during that meeting, that those individuals that did not have an employment agreement all happen to be women. And so I think that was something I wanted to deal with and make sure we had complete uniformity and equity there. So
I appreciate the desire for equity and equal treatment among equal positions. And historically, we have had employment agreements for very difficult positions to fill. I don't recall that we've ever done it on the basis of any gender concern or trying to give everybody that reports to you the same agreement. Happy to set those questions aside, at least for now. Just curious, what is the benefit, really was my question, to the citizens of Franklin County? Do you believe this helps retain these employees, or what is the benefit?
Yes, once again, we've talked about this previously. I think that there's a difference of opinion, I gather, amongst the board on this decision, on this matter. It's obvious, Commissioner Peck looks at this as more of a recruitment tool. I think that severance agreements also provide a level of security to employees, that they feel that they wouldn't just be, let go at a whim. There tends to be this workplace, to put this mildly, has been, some described it as toxic at times, very contentious at times. And I think that people that are in positions of planning and personnel, human resources, and all of the positions for that matter, should be able to feel that they have a little bit of confidence that the board would have to take pause at just a immediate action on their employment. So I think that this makes for better directors, because it gives them a little bit of assurance that they can speak their mind. That's the opinion I gave the last time we talked about this to the board. That's my own personal opinion, but I'm not one of the people that vote on this, and so that's why I stated at the last meeting. I'd invite either one of the other commissioners feel to make comments on this, and if I read their intentions wrong, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for, was the perspective on what the intent and the purpose was for having these. Hey, you're right, I do see them as being useful for recruitment. I think people considering coming to work at Franklin County might very well consider this sort of security document a beneficial and attractive thing. Whether or not it aids in retention really isn't the issue. I was just looking for your view, and you've provided it, so thank you. Mr. Chairman, with that, no other questions on the consent, and no objection to moving forward with the full consent agenda in a single motion.
Second.
I don't believe we had a motion. He
It wasn't intended as a motion, but I'll make one. Move for approval of consent agenda as presented, 9 items.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second for the approval of the 9 items on the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? I have a question on item 4, and that is the sale of the additional tax title. And I see our treasurer is here in the room. Russ, could we get your presence on this piece of property and why it's singled out by itself?
Yeah, so this kind of goes back to the project we started several months ago. And we, once we started going through these properties, we identified everything that was tax title. And as individuals were reaching out, there was one piece of property that was kind of between a tax title and an individual's home, that the city of Pasco actually came in and told the individual, hey, you got to clean it up, move your fence line, or we're going to start putting an abatement lien on it. And so then the individual came to us, and once we looked into it, it's a sliver piece of property that says Franklin County. So originally, we didn't put it under tax title because we believed that it was Franklin County property. But that caused us to look into it and pull the title report and or not the title report, but the deeds. And back in 1987, I believe, is when they deeded it to the county, but it wasn't deeded to the county as an asset. It was deeded as a tax title. And so it just clerically wasn't inputted correctly in the system back in 80, whatever year it was. And so it was always listed as Franklin County, but in fact, it is Franklin County tax title. And so for that purpose, we're just adding this to the list of the 30 that we presented a month ago or a few weeks back or whatever it was.
And I just got to say, good job on helping cleaning up a lot of these and helping the people
Thank you.
get these in their possession. Thank you. So with that,
Just quick follow-up to that, for the benefit of people who maybe aren't familiar with tax title. This is I don't know if de minimis is the right word, but it's a small piece of land that doesn't meet the minimum requirements for size for building on, probably has some other complications associated with it, not to mention the tax title status, right?
Correct.
This isn't a half-acre lot. These are little remnant pieces that you can't build on.
Yeah.
And would you just, for everybody's benefit, articulate between something that would be conveyed to the county for county ownership as opposed to the tax title status wherein all the taxing interests have an interest?
So if I understand the question correctly, so tax title is anything that wasn't the county's to begin with. It's pieces of property that somebody didn't pay taxes on and it became tax title. And so we hold it in the trust for the purpose of
Right.
eventually reselling it and put it back in the tax roll. And so in this case, I mean, I guess in my opinion, it's worthless. It has a assessed value less than $500. It literally is just a piece of land between a fence and actual ownership.
Right, and irrespective of what it's sold for, the money would go back to those taxing districts
Correct.
who are entitled to the taxes on it because it wasn't a pure county ownership, and that was the distinction I was making.
Yeah.
When people see us selling these, sometimes they wonder where does the money go, and it depends on the status of the property. Sometimes it goes into our capital fund for future county structures. Other times, the money gets distributed out to the taxing districts. It never got paid, the reason that the property was taken in the first place.
Yep. And I mean, the amount of taxes it generates is probably $20, $30 a year. But if we look at the past 35 years, that still adds up
Right.
to more than what it's worth. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
thank you, Russ. Appreciate it. So with that, we have a motion and a second for the 9 consent items. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. That moves us down to public comment. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Anybody on the phone? There is?
Caller.
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So the department head manager said something a while back about it's like a scene from the War of the Roses. I wanted to go in this history lesson about the War of the Roses and how bloody and graphic it was, but I'll leave that out. But the disturbing pattern that we have seen throughout history, it seems to repeat itself with the totalitarian system of government and leaders. Remember, I explained to the Supreme Court and a bunch of laws that this is a totalitarian government in Franklin County. First, they seek to disarm the people. Then they encourage goon squads to suppress opposing voices. And finally, once they have disarmed and silenced opposing voices, we see how that worked in Germany and under Stalin in Russia, Mao. Just a certain percent of people will go along with anything. A certain percent of society will go along with mass genocide. The local government has chosen to get involved with that type of behavior. See, there's this thing you need to understand about your local government. Local Mormons have taken over local government. Let me rephrase that. Local members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints have taken over your local government, and they've chosen to murder people. They twist the laws. They create more crime where there's no crime, and they achieve all to achieve their political ends. It's in Helaman 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I only have 3 minutes, so. I was reading into the Jones case, and it was saying that Sean Sant said it was tragic but justified. And then I thought, well, Sean Sant will justify anything for the local police. He's their goon squad. That's what he's there for. It's low down and dirty what they do there. They know people have tombstone courage, and they run gun first into situations. It was foggy that night. Their lawyer, Murdaugh, that scumbag, he he's defending them on everything. I guess there's another case, Cole Peterson or St. Peter's. I don't know. I haven't read into it all the way yet, but this guy is a cop. He's a cop, and Jim Raymond tells him, "Hey, change this report, you scumbag." And he's like, "No, I'm not changing a report for nobody," because that's what they do around there. They just alter reports so it looks like something, delete evidence, and bingo, you got crime where you need it and crime where you don't. It's a common practice within Franklin County to intimidate witnesses, to claim you're intimidated by mocked and harassed, disabled people, to scare them. You got to understand that it's how scumbags through all history have worked. They consider most people dumb and ignorant and won't pay attention, and those that will pay attention will follow their misguided logic and their misstrewn facts. It's how it works. As for Tilt Beach, there used to be a couple citizens I noticed called after me. There was one lady, I don't know her, but I know she was there videotaping the day I was arrested, and she said there was a video out there of it. And it's ironic how no one calls anymore after me. I know my family and friends won't call because their speech has been chilled. They're like, look what they do to you.
Thank you.
Now, you're never a criminal, started speaking out, and now look what they've done to you.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I do think we have another caller,
Okay.
contrary to the opinion.
Caller, you have 3 minutes. Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, am I on?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world. I mean, we got to open up our eyes and see where we're standing. Of course, you heard about the railroads in Ohio and the dioxin, and all that happened. It's a disaster. 5 parts per billion of 2,3,7,8 dioxin will kill a rabbit. So they're going to have major problems out there. I hope our railroad tracks along the rivers aren't as bad as theirs. But anyway, the big thing is it seems like there's all kinds of crime, whether it's at the railroad or Gates or Fauci or whatever, and there's no arrest. I mean, there's Fauci, Gates, and all those clowns have created crimes against humanity. Millions of people are dead, and yet we're standing here like, well, I don't know, I guess that's just normal. Okay, now it gets worse. I hate to have to give you bad news, but a few years ago, they changed the banking rules. You are no longer a depositor in a bank, and yet they got a clown show going on in D.C. right now with Elizabeth Warren asking all these softball questions to bank people, and so, talking about depositor this, depositor that. You're not a depositor. You haven't been a depositor for quite a while. Neither have I. We're uninsured creditors. Now, Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, Credit Suisse Bank, Deutsche Bank, and before that was FTX. All these banks are going under because this bond market is twice the size of the stock market, and the bond market soared under easy money. Okay? It soared. Well, when the Fed raised rates, guess what? The bonds lost value. Now, in the case of Silicon Valley Bank, they sat there and put out reports talking about, oh, we're good. And even that Kramer gave advertising about, oh, yeah, everybody should invest in the bank. Well, look, they were listing their maturity values on their bonds, not their actual values. So when the bond markets dropped because the federal rates increased, they didn't have the liquidity available. If they sold the bonds to pay off people that went out, it wasn't there. So the whole system is on fire right now. And all I can say is you can make all the financial plans you want, but we're getting very close to the ragged edge of watching this entire system go into the abyss. Now, like I said, you're not a depositor. You're not a depositor. You are an uninsured creditor, just like me, and they rewrote the rules because in 08, remember 08?
Yep.
They had bailouts, Bernanke, trillions all over the world. We're not going to tell the Congress where the money's
Okay.
going.
Thank you very
Well, now
much.
it's bail-ins, and you are an unsecured creditor lined up to bail in the bank. So that's where we're at. I
Thank
hope
you.
we can avoid it and say, this is my last quick comment, say absolutely hell no to central bank digital currency, because that's where this has all been going
Yep.
all along. So
Thank you.
fight for us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Is there anybody else for public comment? No more callers? Okay, we'll move down to the next item on the agenda, which is the adoption of the updated Franklin County Travel Policy and Procedure Amendments, presented by Matt Beaton. Good morning, Mr. Beaton.
Morning. So before you, you have an updated travel policy. Just a quick background, it was the addition of a motor pool that spurred a complete review of the existing travel policy to include local travel that resulted in the new policy you see before you. I appreciate the opportunity to work on and modernize and bring together three different resolutions into one. There was, the process we used was we developed our own motor pool policy and then reviewed other counties to see how, for 3 or 4 other counties, how they handled local travel. And what you have is the result in front of you. So I don't know if you have any questions.
Questions? Commissioners?
Commissioner Mullen, do you have any questions before I go? Go ahead. So first off, I think over the years we've seen how surprisingly complicated it can be to try and get an equitable policy in place for all the different types and needs of travel users in the county. So I appreciate the effort to try and do that. There are a couple of things that I would appreciate some clarity on. First is that my recollection is that we are receiving some good quality used vehicles from the sheriff's office that would go into a pool, and that those would be available for at least local travel for all of our departments. If that's the case, why are we adding monthly mileage reimbursements for elected department heads outside of the historical norm of the prosecutor's office and the commissioners, which I think are called out in statute, but I don't want to say for sure.
So that was why we went ahead and looked at, I mean, local travel is in each county a reimbursement of expenses for both employees, elected, different statuses of people. In Franklin County, historically, the travel or the local travel has been a stipend for just 4 of the electeds. And when in looking at every other county, no one else does it that way. And so where you have part of the elected officials would have to be reimbursed on an as-use basis, and some of them were not. And whatever the historical reason for that was, by addressing the motor pool was basically for local travel, to make vehicles available for local use. As the county's gotten bigger, for instance, in elections, the number of registered voters has doubled in size. You have the drop boxes and the need to have vehicles for that to address local travel. So essentially, the reason that was addressed was it fell under the county reimbursing people for local travel. So whether it's an elected or an employee or whatever status you have, seeking reimbursement from Franklin County. It was all under the same umbrella. And so it was an opportunity to modernize it based on, I think the counties we looked at were, we looked at Clark and Snohomish, Yakima, Spokane, Benton, whatever we could find the policies that were available, on publicly. And we use those. I think Skagit was in there as well.
Maybe I could get a little clarification on some of those. You said every other county uses a stipend for all their electeds, and I'm presuming you meant all the ones that you looked at, and you've just named what, Clark, Snohomish, Yakima, and Benton?
I was looking for, guidance, best practice on how to address local travel. So it wasn't, it was more looking at, hey, how does everybody else handle local travel? And that was, and it was just on a county basis. It wasn't necessarily, it was interesting, the different numbers of, typically, the way we are structured is exactly, in fact, even the county administrator was added in. We noticed that was fairly common. And the way we structured this, so the commissioners know that it is, it's a small amount for, you guys remain the same and everybody else is $150. And essentially, if you go over on a monthly basis, you can always put in, it's a reimbursement policy. It's for hard costs is what local travel is for. And in fact, everyone can still bill outside of the county. So it's just to address, as the county's grown and the demands on these, I think we call it the executive.
Sure. If I might, respectfully, before we get into too many different iterations, because you've raised about 3 different issues there that I'd like to talk about. If we could go back to the original one, which was, you said that every other county uses a stipend for all their electeds, and I'm just trying to clarify. You looked at 4 or 5 other counties, and they all use stipends for all their electeds? Is that what you meant to say?
Well, we specifically look for counties that use a stipend. I didn't go out and look for ones that don't. I'm not measuring whether a stipend's appropriate. We had already decided as a county that this was a way to address local travel.
Okay. So every other county uses stipend was just generic language. I get that now. Not all the ones you looked at do use a stipend, and not all the ones in the state use stipends. Okay. With respect to local travel, I agree that there is potential for savings by having a monthly stipend. It reduces the paperwork of people having to file monthly through your office and the staff time it takes to process requests for, I drove 10 miles here, or 5 miles there, 8 miles there, processing those kinds of things. Even if you do them on a monthly worksheet, is still additional time. And if we can mitigate that by having a monthly allotment that roughly approximates what people are actually driving, then I can see some value in that. You mentioned that if they go over the allotment, I'm presuming by that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you mean if you take their monthly allotment amount, 150, and divide it by the mileage rate, that yields a certain number of miles. And if they go over that many miles, they could then apply for those local miles for reimbursement. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that would necessitate folks keeping track of what miles they drove under their stipend amount, because otherwise you'd have no way to know, right?
Sure. No, that makes.
Okay. And if I could, I'd like to transition to what is I've often referred to, I think, as the 100-mile rule. And that is that for individuals, in this case elected officials, who are receiving a monthly travel stipend, if you go outside the county, that then results in a reduction of 50 miles each way, 100 miles total, on the premise that you've already been compensated for those local miles. And so in thinking about this, I looked at a few different options for how that might be applied, and it seems that it's probably really inequitable and unworkable. And here's what I observed. If you make a trip to Connell or Palouse Falls as part of your county work, it's not subject to the 100-mile round-trip deduction. But if you go to Othello, it is. And then the result is it's actually negative mileage, meaning that if you were to count those miles going to Othello, by the time you subtract the 100 miles because you're crossing the county line, you actually go into negative mileage. If somebody is here and they happen to be collecting the stipend, the department, or not a department head, but an elected, and you go across the river 8 miles to the Justice Center at Benton County, you're deducting 100 miles against a 16-mile round trip, which is negating any ability for that elected to collect for those miles they traveled. Now, I think we both understand that it would have to be in excess of the amount of miles already covered by their stipend. But it's that 100-mile rule that seems to me to be problematic. I'd like to see if there isn't some way that we could do this with the same intent, which is not to pay people twice for local mileage. They get paid for it once with their stipend, and then they get potentially, if they're going out of town, say like I go to Olympia frequently, and I would note, in case anybody thinks otherwise, I don't charge any of those trips or costs to Franklin County, not the County Road Administration Board, not the Washington County's Insurance Fund, not Legislative Steering Committee. Those are all covered by those other agencies. So this doesn't really impact or benefit me directly in any manner. But this notion of a 100-mile deduct, whether you're driving 4 miles toward Benton County and cross over and it kicks in, or whether you're driving all the way to the Adams County line, 50 miles away. To that, I would add that we have, over the years, I think appropriately, continued to reduce the mileage allotment. This board itself, in not too distant past, reduced it from 500 down to 300. And I guess my wondering is whether or not that 100-mile deduction even makes sense anymore. I'm thinking about the electeds here locally who typically aren't driving to other parts of the state. I know on occasion you do, but it's less common. Most of your travel, I would guess, is interacting with Benton County and within the county itself. So that's just an observation. I'd just like to close by reinforcing the point that this doesn't benefit me in any way at all. I'm looking for a way to simplify the process and clean it up. It shouldn't have a massive difference in reimbursement to our employees, whether they're driving to Palouse Falls, Connell, or Othello, or to the Benton County Justice System. It's real disparate in how it's handled. So, thanks for listening.
Any other questions or comments?
If I could address a couple items, concerns.
Yes, PA Sean Sam, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the items that I raised when I saw this is that looking at our previous request to the board, this policy I tried to address with the drafter. I met with Mr. Beaton and Mr. Davidson, trying to address the issue of the allowance for the prosecutor's office. Last year, we secured an opportunity to purchase a vehicle to be used for the prosecutor's office. Due to the nature of our 24/7 response, I go out to most homicide scenes when I am in town and available, discuss the need for having a vehicle that's properly equipped with emergency lighting for safety purposes, especially when on the scene, primarily with State Patrol for vehicular homicide cases on our freeway interstate systems and other locations. Having a vehicle that is equipped with emergency lights proves helpful. The policy that's drafted here doesn't really address that. I noticed it doesn't address the sheriff's office, it doesn't address the coroner's office, and similar to those agencies, the prosecuting attorney's office is also listed by RCW as authorized emergency vehicles in RCW 4604040. And there's a reason for that. The nature that prosecutors typically go out on scene. It's been my practice for the last 12 years to respond regardless of time of day, regardless of weekends or whenever, to be able to be an on-scene advisor for law enforcement, to give them guidance on issues that are going to affect eventual prosecution or charging of a particular case. This policy doesn't address that unique situation that we have. My office made a proposal last year when we were able to secure a vehicle. I think even a couple other elected officials recognized the discount that was. It was for a 2022 Ford Explorer SUV vehicle. It's important that we have an all-wheel drive vehicle. I've had to respond to one location actually out in the county, Palouse Falls, on a suspicious circumstance, believed to be a potential homicide. And driving an all-wheel drive vehicle was absolutely imperative. I actually had to come here to the office and pull out the vehicle that is assigned to our child support investigator, because that is an all-wheel drive vehicle in order to me to get out there. In fact, I've purchased my own personal vehicle, a four-wheel drive vehicle, so that I could accommodate this, because under the previous policy, it was deemed beneficial to the county from a fiscal note that payment for the vehicle allowance to any elected official has to be under the rental reimbursement rate to the county. So this county has historically compensated me for me basically lending my vehicle, putting the additional wear and tear on my vehicle to the county for county use, for official use, and paid at 99% of the rental rate. And that's what was deemed as compensation. I've talked with our public works directors over the years, and they've often said that, well, hey, that is a cheaper fact, because I've always asked the question, what is in the county's best interest as far as for financially? Is it better that I simply put the miles on my own car and I get that 99% reimbursement? Or what I have struggled with because of the safety concerns, and obviously with risk management and those issues, I've felt that over the years it has become increasingly more important to focus on the safety issues and implications. So when we proposed that last year, that was kind of shot down, and so we went forward with our budget and the 22 budget for the 23 budget, which went forward with the status quo, which was the compensation of the vehicle allowance. Now what this does midstream, after our budget was approved, after plans are made to go forward for the year, to change drastically this policy. And I noticed that the policy, unlike most resolutions that come before the board, there will be an agenda summary report and it'll indicate the fiscal impact. This one doesn't address any of the actual costs. It simply says minimal due to redistribution of current allowances. What it doesn't also say is it doesn't indicate where the funds are coming for the additional upkeep for these vehicles. My proposal, like we tried to propose last year, and again, under the previous resolution, I was obligated to bring that before the board no later than November 15th. When we were able to secure this deal through the government contracting source and received a significant discount opportunity, which would have saved the county thousands of dollars, this idea was kind of shot down. And my ask for the board today is, just like the board has not included the sheriff's office or the coroner's office because of the unique nature with the type of services, the need for response, I would ask that I also be pulled from that as well, that my allowance be absorbed into the purchase of a vehicle that would be in the ER&R funds. I think that's important that this board understands that when we have these allocated funds, there's some predictability there. The ER&R account seems the best suited for that, because what that means is a portion of expenses each month not only goes for the gas, the tires, the other routine maintenance of a vehicle, but it also is setting aside a portion of that monthly expense for the purchase of a new vehicle at some later time. This policy didn't address whether or not there's been a evaluation on whether or not it made sense to sell off these vehicles. Some of them are approaching 14 years old, 15 years old. I think one of them was a 2008 Ford Explorer. So the concern I have is equipping one of those vehicles, as this policy seems to suggest is possible, if we could equip one of those with emergency lights. I'm just concerned that it does not seem to address the long-term needs for, one, our office and possibly other offices. I know the assessor's office recently equipped emergency lighting for their vehicles as well because they frequently go out to the county. They're stopping on busy roads, and I think I've heard good positive feedback from Mr. Rosenau on that need and having proper vehicles, properly equipped vehicles. Equipping an old vehicle like a 15-year vehicle that might be suitable because it's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive vehicle, but putting in the emergency lighting system and other things only for that vehicle to maybe wear out in a couple of years seems like it's not looking long-term and potentially waste a lot of money for the county. So I would ask that as the board considers this policy, I think it's a move in the right direction in comparing what we need to do. I think it just does not address the needs of the prosecutor's office of having a vehicle for being able to respond. Me driving from my home to respond to a scene in a timely manner doesn't make sense that I would come to the courthouse, try to track down keys, and then go out with a vehicle. I need access to a vehicle 24/7 because that's the nature of my job. I respond to scenes regardless of where I am. Sometimes I'm at other meetings and get called out, and so I have to respond from that location. So I would ask simply that, just like we've done for the coroner's office or the sheriff's office that have been excluded out of this specifically, that I be taken out of that, appropriated a county vehicle. Of course, if I opted for some reason to continue using my personal vehicle for the allowance, I could be entitled to that. But this is something I would simply be giving up, essentially. That 99% reimbursement rate would then go to the ER&R fund for having this vehicle that would be maintained within my office and within my budget. So I would just ask the board to do that modification. I've talked with Mr. Davidson on that, and my understanding is he also agreed and supported that move, that it made sense based on the needs of my office, based on the needs that we do need an emergency vehicle that could respond to locations 24/7, 365. And I would just ask the board to consider that. We have looked for different vehicles. Last year was a great opportunity. This policy is intended to go into effect next month, and I think that does not give us adequate time to be able to secure a good cost vehicle. I wouldn't want to be pushed to purchasing a vehicle if that meant that we're paying a higher rate. Again, we appeared before the board. Our budget was approved for the allowance that was set forth for the previous 12 years. And even the years before I took office. And I would ask that the policy simply allow us to continue to be able to look and find a similar deal like we did last year. And if that means that we have to get it later in the summer or in the fall, that we be allowed to have an opportunity to do that. Because when we secured a Ford Taurus or a Ford Explorer at $31,000, most Ford Explorers were going for about $48,000. So that was a very unique opportunity that we missed out on because, again, at the time, and I think there was some discussion of a policy coming forward, there was some hesitance in moving forward in that regard. So I would ask that the board allow us to continue to look for a good vehicle, to continue with our current reimbursement for the remainder of this year, because that was already presented and approved and budgeted accordingly. This is something that my office has dealt with, and I will continue the search. And again, we will renew that opportunity to seek and secure a government contracted discount rate for hopefully a vehicle that is in existing inventory. And that way we could equip it properly for safety purposes and to meet the needs for our office. I'm open for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Sand?
How often do you go out to a scene?
Unfortunately, as you probably read in the news, they happen frequently. I've been probably out more recently in the last few weeks, probably about 5 times, different cases, whether it's a homicide, shooting, suspicious circumstance, believed to be suspicious death, where it could be a homicide, possibly suicide. I've gone out on probably about 5 in the last 4 weeks.
So do you document this travel?
I don't
I mean,
because.
because we have no idea. I mean, that's
Right,
why I'm asking.
right, yeah. No, it's a good question. And typically, I don't, because that's the purpose of the stipend. It just makes it simpler for accommodating that kind of travel, as well as travel that I would take frequently to Olympia. We have 4 scheduled WAPA meetings throughout the year. So again, I think looking at this from a long-term cost savings, having a vehicle assigned to me would also save the county money, because I would not be putting in for the additional reimbursement outside of the 100-mile radius, essentially the 50 miles each way. So anytime that I would take my vehicle to Olympia or wherever throughout the state, that would not be an additional cost. Obviously, it will be gas money for the vehicle and mileage use, but that's equated in the ER&R rate already. And I think you would find that that would probably make more of a long-term fiscal savings for the county by having that. And I know by us purchasing the vehicle, we've had our investigator vehicle that is essentially reimbursed primarily through the state for use for child support. We keep the vehicle very well maintained, and I intend that that's probably going to be with us probably for 10 years or however it's determined with Public Works on when we hit that magic number of when it makes fiscal sense to either resell it, recoup some of that money back into the ER&R fund, and then purchase another vehicle. But one of the things I think we pride ourselves in is taking care of the equipment when it's individually assigned to a particular office, because then we are the ones that are accountable for it. Any damage, we do walk-arounds, document any kind of issues with it, and I think that ensures accountability by having it assigned specifically to a department.
Commissioners, when you're done questioning, or if you're done with questions for him, I can speak to some of that.
I've
Is there any
still
other
got a couple
question?
questions. Mr. Sand, are you required to respond to these homicides and events as part of your duties? Obviously, yes.
Required, meaning that as the chief law enforcement member to make a charging decision on the case, I feel it is my responsibility and duty to be available for giving assistance. We have found when not only myself, but oftentimes I will bring my chief criminal deputy with me on scene so that both of us could strategize what needs to be done, and it has been beneficial for the past 12 years of homicide investigations that we've done, being able to give that on-scene guidance, because certain things can't be communicated through the phone. It has to be observed. We typically do walkthroughs, and I would say absolutely it suits a very important, not just a goal, but requirement for us to do our job.
Are you required to provide your own vehicle to make those trips?
Well, right now, I have my own vehicle, and that's the only vehicle that I have available, so I
Right,
do
but
that.
if you decline to provide your own vehicle for it, and just simply said, I'm not willing to pay for or provide my own vehicle, then the only other avenue I can see that you'd have for going and fulfilling your duties is a county vehicle. So I'm just, I don't think anybody expects you to walk out on county roads and go look for a crime scene. You've got to get there obviously somehow.
Yes.
And since I don't believe the county has the authority to compel you to use your private vehicle, it seems to me that there's an obligation on the county to provide you a vehicle. Accepting a mileage stipend in lieu of is really the employee's option, not the county's, as I see it.
And I feel over the years, just with the issues that we've had where law enforcement officers, even with properly lighted vehicles, have been struck on the highways and things like that, I would hate to be out there responding as part of my official duties, not having that kind of lighting and equipment, because unfortunately, as we know, then what happens is the table shifts, so to speak, as far as liability towards the county. In other words, there'd be a question, even though I'm there on my official responsibility and duties at a crime scene on the highway, if I don't have the proper emergency lighting of a vehicle, there could be a question raised of, wait a minute, he was stopped out on the side of the highway, busy traffic. This client, whether they were drunk or not, merged over, struck my vehicle in the shoulder, and possibly injured a driver or passenger in that car, that's going to trigger some liability to the county. So again, doing the necessary steps, I think, for having emergency lighting helps reduce that overall risk, and that's why we started to look at that last year when we started hearing of other cases throughout the states, and it just seemed like a growing number of law enforcement vehicles even that were stopped on the highways getting struck, troopers getting killed, other officers getting killed at traffic stops. So it just makes sense to have a vehicle that's properly lighted to further insulate the county from further liability.
So to summarize, you're not obligated to provide a vehicle to do this work out of your own pocket. You're not obligated to put emergency lights on your own private vehicle to keep you and others safe at call-outs. You're not obligated, as I understand the rules and the law, that you're not obligated to accept a stipend and provide a vehicle, your own vehicle, in lieu of. What I'm getting to is I don't see any option for you to execute your duties in a safe manner unless the county provides a vehicle as you've recommended. And I think people who know me well would know that it doesn't matter who's standing at that lectern. If this is the logic and the wisdom of it, I'm going to make the same argument. So it has nothing to do with Prosecutor Sant. It has to do with whether or not the county has the authority to put our employees at risk, whether we have the authority to require them to use their own vehicle, whether we have the authority to make them put safety lights on their own vehicle. And I don't believe we have the authority to do any of those things. And since Mr. Beaton, I think, had some questions for Mr. Sant, I'll hold off on my other questions for now.
Mr. Davidson.
I just wanted to offer a clarification to something Prosecutor Sant said. We've had a couple discussions about this, and I encouraged him to come and voice his concerns about a vehicle today. I did think that his having an ER&R assigned vehicle and the board making the decision about whether that was the way they wanted to go was like a separate issue that should be discussed amongst the board separate from this travel policy. And that's what and why I advocated he come and state his feelings of this today. I felt that this is centered around travel. If you do choose to decide to provide him a car, an ER&R, there's going to be a purchase that we have to purchase a car and then give it to ER&R. At that time, this could easily be revised and remove his $150 allotment at that time and just strike him from like the other elected officials, and that's what I advised him to do. I thought it would be a separate type of an issue. And then second of all, I'd like to point out that it's just not a stipend or a new car in the ER&R. However desirable, these cars that we got from the sheriff's office are in a good shape, and I'd just like to point out that 10.3 does allow for one of the 5 cars in the pool to be assigned to someone that would want one of those. And in fact, our new county administrator has already spoken that he would like one of the cars from that pool assigned to him rather than take this possibly. So we might be bringing this back for revision sooner than you think. So.
Okay,
And I
Mr.
guess
Beaton.
that's what I would say is we've conflated some other desires within the county as far as specialized vehicle use. One of the things I would tell you is in looking at all of this, that's what's going on here is if we, and I am asking you to pass this policy today and literally we track it maybe right up to the budget. And I mean, we've been doing this for 12 years. The way it's been done now, and while many of the ones I looked at, there was a group in there, clearly the board has the ability to, when presented with the data, and that's, I guess, what I would say, whether a specialized vehicle, needs to come out of a pool based on the numbers or not. But I think as far as this policy goes, I want to remind the board, this is a reimbursement policy and how you're trying to make people whole for the time and money they've expended on behalf of the people. So the desire for a car, yeah, it's a pool car. But I mean, if at some time anybody desiring a specialized vehicle, but like I said, I think Dwayne hit it on the head, is that this is just a local travel policy that addresses many of the things. My request today is to pass it. And again, it covers overages. It has, we have 5 cars available, and then we keep track of the data and present it to you so you can make a decision that's informed. As far as the fiscal impact, my understanding is currently for local travel, Mr. Sant's receiving $775 under the old system. And that's why this system was set literally to try to, as little impact as possible. And in fact, if the county administrator takes a pool car, it will have no impact. The only additional impact out of that, based on the amounts right now in this policy, and it's not designed to be a forever policy. It is designed to be a modernized policy that then we track everything, and the board, the 3 members can, again, maybe even in this next budget cycle, just like the last cycle, we can keep track of that. And if the need for a specialized vehicle is obvious based on the data, well, certainly the board's done the same for the elected positions of sheriff and coroner. And so if it makes sense, then you'll do it. I don't oppose, that. What this is from a pure auditing standpoint, is modernizing the policy. Right now, like I said, there's 4 people that receive it, and none of the other elected officials receive it at all. Anything. And so, again, we have the opportunity, should we desire, to turn it in, but this creates a baseline and an opportunity to gather data and make a decision, more informed decision in the future. So I encourage you to just pass it. And these other issues that are coming in are, a different travel issue based on your determination of specialized vehicle use.
Are you done?
Yeah.
If I could just add, I think that's kind of the concern here, though, is that this is kind of being proposed as having very little fiscal impact, but somebody's got to be paying the fuel bills, the cost for tires. I don't know if you've been out to buy new tires lately or fix windshields. There's a cost. So whether you're opting out of a cash stipend or not, any damage to my vehicle that I'm basically taking out, and again, this was through discussions where I'm taking a 99% amount of what it was determined to be the ER&R rate for having a county-issued vehicle, there is a cost. And so just because you're issued a county car, there's going to be the fuel cost, the maintenance cost, if any damage happens to it. My understanding is this is not ER&R, and so if there's any damage or any need for fuel, oil changes, things like that, that's going to be an additional monthly cost that's going to come in, and apparently has not yet been calculated by any estimate of additional miles used. But I guess the assumption is that what would be paid out for other employee reimbursements by having a vehicle, there should be a little bit of a meld there. But again, I just want the board to understand that, look, the stipend that I am receiving is essentially for me offering my vehicle for these uses and services as part of my official duties. And I think that it is different. And if the board passes this policy as it is today without addressing that concern, essentially the board is changing my budget from last year that was approved. We approved a policy for the budget to continue to maintain use of my personal vehicle. Essentially, I am renting my vehicle to the county for official use, and we're changing that midstream without having the opportunity to get another vehicle. So I think if the board wants to pass this policy to address the other concerns, that would be one thing. I would just ask that we take out my language, my language for my position, so that we could get that figured out on how to get a vehicle into the ER&R fund, and that we could address that differently, just like we did for the sheriff's vehicle and the coroner's vehicle. I think that would be the easiest fix, is just to pull that piece of it out, allow that to continue as it was budgeted and approved previously, and give us the opportunity to either look at a new rate. The sheriff also advised that apparently one of the vehicles is a 2018 Ford Explorer with relatively low miles, and apparently that still has the wiring connection, so that makes that might be a good possible fit for being able to convert that over to our vehicle. But again, I think that needs to be moved over then to ER&R so that the proper funding can be maintained, so we don't have a surprise back to the board when, if something happens to that vehicle, there's no mechanism to replace it. So that has to be somehow moved over to ER&R so that we could continue to accrue that. But I think that's going to take some time to get that vehicle online. So I would just ask that as far as the use for our office, be allowed to continue until we have that conversion process, and then we come back to the board with a resolution that now addresses that vehicle, if that would be acceptable.
So, real quick here,
Oh, Sheriff Raymond, you have the floor.
thanks.
Yeah,
So.
You're welcome.
The first responder, sheriff's vehicles are considered first responder vehicles, so they're equipped with blue lights and sirens and all those type of things, so it doesn't apply to any of this. Secondly, to support the prosecutor, anytime a major crime occurs in this county, to include the city, on our highways, or in the rural county, the prosecutor is notified of the criminal acts that have been occurred, and they do respond to the scene quite regularly. I know this week alone that they've been out at least twice with officer-involved incidents where they've had to come out for legal advice, et cetera, et cetera. In the past history of the county, although it's been a while, Jim Rabideau drove us 1957 Chevy every day to respond to scenes, so it's not uncommon, and it's actually more common than not.
thank you.
It was purple, too.
Mr. Davidson. Oh, it was purple?
It was purple, too.
So we've heard a lot of discussion here on this travel policy, which I think is well needed. Is there any further comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, I've still got a few more questions here. Mr. Beaton, I'd like to go back to the start of our conversation so that I give you due credit for the work that you've done on this. You said every other county uses a stipend for all electeds, and just want to be sure that I'm fair and understanding. What, you talked to Clark, Snohomish, Yakima, and Benton, and did you say they all use stipends?
You've grabbed onto some specific language there that really is a disservice to the discussion. What
Actually,
I did
wrote it
was
down as
what
you
I
said it.
Right, and then you asked about it, and I actually
Yeah.
said it wasn't with specificity. What I was looking for was just examples of who's included in these as just, when you look across different counties, how do these different counties address local travel? And I got to tell you, I think we're adding a whole bunch of extra stuff in here. This is really simply, how does the board want to reimburse local travel? Adding this motor pool and having an option, this is as a baseline.
Mr. Beaton, all due respect.
I'm sorry.
I'm asking a question.
Right, and I'm answering it.
Well, actually, you're not, sir.
Well, by your
so-
standard, but I'm not sure either one of them are
Well,
done listening to me. So,
Actually, it's my purview to ask for information and to make my own analysis without the benefit of your help.
right.
So please,
I
if
do
you
want to
would-
correct, you said, you keep going back to trying to say something I specifically said, and I guess that's what I want to make sure for the board. We pulled their policies and looked to see who was covered under local travel stipends for the people, in there. So this is just a baseline. You can come back after data's collected, and that was my intent.
Okay, would it be okay if I ask my question now? The question was, and still is, what counties did you speak to, and which ones did provide stipends for all their employees, or all their electeds, and which ones did not?
I'll be happy to share the data with you. It's in my file. It was policies that we could find online, and it was literally for an outline as to how to do it. I don't know that individual phone calls were made by staff that helped put this together, but what it came down to was the local travel as addressed by counties that use stipends treat the executive class the same. Typically, the board has your road commissioners, the expectations, more meetings, and then there was another class, and it was different. Sometimes the road engineer, there was different people in there. And for our purposes, if there was a specialized car issued, you weren't included. We addressed some of the needs through the motor pool. Here's the thing, is that this is just an update of this policy. And we can monitor any overages and use and bring it back to the board and make changes at the budget if you want.
So the purpose of my inquiry is to vet your apparent premise that this practice you're proposing is common practice among multiple or numerous other counties. I wasn't aware that that's the case. I'm not saying that it isn't the case. You're the gentleman who did the research, that's why I'm asking you which counties you spoke to and which ones have this policy. And if you don't have that now, I would be grateful if you would provide that after the meeting. The other question I had is, you mentioned in this discussion that the local stipend is intended to cover just that, local travel. And it sounded like, and correct me if I'm misreading this, it sounded like that's travel within Franklin County. Is that the intent? That local travel means travel within Franklin County?
Yes.
Okay. And I expressed earlier that I thought that the process of deducting 100 miles for any travel that crosses the county line is inequitable for some people. It, again, to be clear, doesn't affect me in the least. It's not a personal issue. But if somebody is doing local business and they're driving over to Benton County versus Palouse Falls versus Othello, the math works out very differently. And you mentioned, it might not be a concern, except that you also mentioned that people track their local mileage, or certainly they can, and if they've exceeded their allotment using the standard mileage rate in that month, that they could claim mileage above that allotment. Is that in the policy? You said it here today.
Well, you've
so-
asked this. We're covering ground again that we've already covered. The 100 miles board, for the board's
No,
purposes. for the-
Respectfully, would you please,
Well,
sir,
this
answer
isn't a
the
court of
question.
law. It is a discussion around a policy that was set up, and I'm trying to address all three of you, because the 100 miles that we left in the policy, Commissioner Peck, you helped write that policy with me less than 12 years ago.
That's true, I did.
So, and it has worked. There hasn't, well, I should say it's worked. We know there's been some difficulties and people had to pay money back, but the fact is there has been some issues with these different policies, and this particular 100 miles you keep drilling in on is, there's never been, it was just rolled forward, was all that was. So I don't know that from an auditing standpoint, people just travel and they deduct it. And if, part of this is the honor policy. I mean, if you end up, you don't have to put in for your overages, but if it's in Mr. Sant's case, there is quite a change there. So my assumption is, especially based on the specialized vehicle, that for a period of time, that he'll keep track of this and probably have this adjusted. It does fall on him the hardest, based on the fact that he was the only one right now out of the executive branch that gets, that gets reimbursed. The rest of us get nothing. And so, so at this point, I'm not sure what's your direct question?
Thank you. I thought I was very clear. You said earlier in this discussion that if people track their mileage using the standard mileage rate and it exceeds what the allotment is, they can claim anything above that. And I simply asked, is that in this policy, so that our employees know that? Because that, I don't believe, has been discussed.
Well, it's standard practice. I mean, I don't understand why you would.
Because there has been a presumption, at least on the part of some people, that the mileage allotment on a monthly basis is for all your local travel. There's never been any discussion, to my knowledge, certainly not by any board that I've been involved with here, that said if you exceed your monthly allotment, you can apply above and beyond that for reimbursement. And again, I just want people to know what the rules are, and the question was, I thought, very clear, is that in the policy? Does it say that?
I don't know
And
if that
it
exact
doesn't-
language is.
Well, if there's not language that says that, could we please find a way to incorporate that so that the people who are subject to this policy know what the rules are. So that's a request. The second is a recommendation, and that is that the 100-mile practice hits different elected officials, since all the department heads or elected officials will be receiving the monthly stipend. It will impact them as well. And because their travel tends to be much more local, I think, than, say, the commissioners, it's likely to have a more disparate impact on them than anyone else. If you're doing local travel and you happen to cross over into Adams County for a meeting or something, all of that mileage that may have been reimbursable to that elected official would no longer be, because you'd immediately deduct 100 miles because they crossed the county line. Now, again, doesn't affect me, probably doesn't affect the other commissioners, but it probably will, more than it has in the past, affect the individual elected officials. So I think it's worth looking at. It wasn't relevant until I heard you say, and you've reaffirmed, that if they use up all the mileage covered by their allotment, they're entitled to apply or seek reimbursement for the additional miles. Until I knew that, it really wasn't so relevant. So you've made it clear that it does. That is how it works. And for those reasons, I think that the 100-mile rule really, since you've defined local travel as inside the county, the 100-mile rule ought to be tied to, well, frankly, it ought to be done away with. But if you're not going to do away with it, then there needs to be some clarification that people, once they've exhausted their allotment, aren't subject to that. So I don't want our employees, whether they're elected or not, driving out to Palouse Falls or Colotis or somewhere and crossing the county line, and suddenly they're there on county business and we're no longer going to reimburse them for that. So thanks for your answers.
So just for clarity, the 100-mile rule, if you've already exhausted all of your mileage for that month, do you still deduct, let's say you went to Spokane, would you still deduct that 100 miles? See what I'm...
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I see what you mean, but there's discretion in all of this, right? I mean, I recall Commissioner Miller, in having travel discussions with him, when he was receiving the ER&R rate, which is currently the $775, he didn't put in for any travel. He said that's more than enough money to cover all the driving I do. So he never put mileage on any of his. So it's discretion to the person. I mean, the policy is written for guidance, and whether or not a person, because they literally crossed over a county line, would or would not put in for that. I, for one, haven't put in for local travel I think I went to Mesa one time, and I put in for local travel in 12 years. That came up last year, where and I would suggest if you ask some of the other courthouse electeds, a lot of times you're just doing your job. And so discretion comes into it. And the purpose of these county policies is when there's a fiscal impact on an employee or an elected, that this tries to give you some boundaries here to figure it out. But whether or not someone's going to read it like it's written like a statute, I don't know. And so people are entitled to that. And if we need to write it in that manner when we go to review this, we could do that. But at this point, when people put in for mileage, we look to make sure that it's approved by the control in each budget. And it gets approved if there's, funding for it. So I think we're just way too far into the weeds on this is what it is. But if the board feels these things are relevant, when we have the opportunity, we can, make adjustments to the policy.
I think if I can just add from a legal standpoint, as from someone that has had to reimburse because there's been issues that have come from either the auditor's office setting a rate or reimbursement issue that had to later be repaid, I think Commissioner Mullen's question is spot on. If this is not clarified in this policy and someone drives to Spokane or to Seattle, they're receiving a $150 stipend, that clearly is going to exceed. If I calculated correctly with our current reimbursement rate, I think approximately 65 cents, that gives you roughly 230 miles for that $150 use. So if you go to Seattle just once, that is going to put you over that allotment, and you would need to apply for the reimbursement. And I believe what this is clarifying is that if you're then going outside of that 100 miles, you might also be putting in for the full amount. And that's where I think the discrepancy is that you're asking for, because if you've already used 230 local miles, the person that is now traveling to Seattle on official travel should not be deducting the 100 miles, but they should be getting their full reimbursement because that's above and beyond the 230 local miles. So I think having something in there for clarification, because again, if it's not in the policy, then that person's going to be accused potentially later on of violating policy, and that's going to be unfair to the employees that are trying to interpret something where reasonable minds could possibly disagree. And I think having something in there that explains that issue or that situation would probably be beneficial, not just for the board that's passing the potential resolution, but also for potential enforcement action that could come later. It's good to have that clarification, because if this gets sent off to the state auditor's office, it would be nice to have that issue addressed in a policy so that they could see that the board has contemplated that, they recognize the reimbursement process, and reimbursing an employee exceeding above and beyond local travel is due for reimbursement, and that way the state auditor's office is also on the same page, because a policy locally is being implemented and followed. So I think that's an important distinction to have.
If I may, I'd just like to follow up on what you just said there, Mr. Beaton, about its guidance, its good faith, what it actually reads is, whenever positions receiving a vehicle allowance for local travel leave the county, they must subtract the 100-mile round trip from their trip out of the county mileage reimbursement request. And I think it is spot on with Commissioner Mullen's question, and it also fits with my question, which was, can we adjust this language to give some clarity as to when this applies and doesn't, and can it be done in a more equitable way? If your business tends to be in North County versus in Benton City or Prosser or Benton County across the river, it has a different dynamic, and it really wouldn't be so much an issue, except that you've now made clear that once a person has exhausted their monthly stipend, that they can seek reimbursement. Well, it's a significant difference in what a person can collect for reimbursement based on this statement. It's not suggestive, it's implicit in its policy, and it says they must. So
I think so the accounts payable process, I mean, with explanation, we've had elected officials or people that apply that don't have a receipt. All you have to do is document, what we have. And even, so to try to write a policy that meets every single iteration, that is the language that we took from the policy that was in place. And we have managed for 12 years with that policy. So my hope is we pass this, and we could beat this thing to death for another hour if we wanted to. But the fact is, the majority of this policy was language that's been in effect that we've been auditing to for 12 years. And if you should happen to, here's how it works. If you spend money you haven't been reimbursed for that's hard cost, we'll tell the county, document it, and we'll get you your money. I mean, that's if it's covered by especially if it's mileage. I mean, that's very straightforward. We've gotten really far into the weeds. I think there's, especially since the majority of this policy is been in place. We've all been living with it. So my hope is you'll just pass this, and then we'll start, and if there's overages, you just say, look, I exceeded what you compensated me for. Please pay me. Here's where I went. And we're going to go, okay, it's been approved, and we're going to pay you if it's authorized to do so. So I don't know that.
Well, Mr. Beaton, you said a key word there. You said if it's authorized to do so, and that's the nature of my concern, is that the policy in black and white says that you must subtract the 100-mile round trip if you cross the county line. And you've referred to it as arbitrary. I think I have as well. And all I'm simply saying, and it sounds like Commissioner Mullen sees the same potential here, is that you just work on those 4 lines. I don't know that there's anything absolutely pressing or urgent that this has to be approved today versus next week. But this particular piece, in light of the fact that people can apply when they exceed their allotment, I think it becomes very important for them to know what this rule is. And frankly, I would just simply do away with it or find some simpler way to describe it, because right now it's problematic.
If we do away with it, then we'd have to do away with the stipend that we're receiving, because we're not keeping track of the 100-mile
Yeah,
anymore.
we could talk about this forever. Folks, this policy has been in place for 12 years. It's the very same language. Just please pass it. And what'll happen is if someone goes over based on what they've been reimbursed and they submit,
If they choose to keep track of their mileage.
well, that's
They're gonna have to
again,
keep
that's
track.
the discretion
It's gonna
piece
be
on this. There's a
accountability.
lot of, I mean, we're all entrusted as electeds or people under the to prudently spend the money and document it. I mean, that's really what we're up to here, so.
I have no problem with it.
I'll just say in the past, like if I went to Spokane, I just set my odometer when I hit the county line because it wasn't real clear on what I should do. So I only counted the mileage that was outside of the county. But
That's probably perfect. If I could write that in there, that's what I would do to get it down to the penny.
Well, then it can't say reimbursement for local travel. Local travel is considered travel within the local metropolitan area, Pasco, Kennewick, Richland. We got to cut the line off right here at the bridge. I mean, we're going to have to get precise here, aren't we? If we keep it within the county?
Well, that was one of the reasons I asked the question of what's your definition of local travel, and you said in the county.
It was pre-existing. I mean, it was the one you helped everyone write in a group 10 years ago. I mean, it's.
Yeah, things age, you know,
That's-
and
well, we try to
circumstances
modernize them
change.
for sure.
So, as I began my remarks, I thanked you for trying to consolidate this and clean it up and make it more clear, and I'm suggesting that there's still a little bit more clarity that needs to be done, and the things that need to be clarified appear to be what is and what is not local travel, and whether or not there's a better way to apply this 100-mile rule. I can tell you the 100-mile rule is highly unlikely to impact any of the 3 commissioners. It's going to be folks who work in the assessor's office and who are out traveling in the county and likely would exceed those limits, and then they make a trip to Othello on business, and suddenly, you know, what should have been fully reimbursed is not. In fact, I did a couple of mile measurements, and, you know, if you go to Othello, was it 90 miles round trip, and then when you deduct the 100-mile deduction rule, suddenly they're not only not getting reimbursed for any of that, they're 10 miles in the negative.
So I love the idea, and here's what I propose. You can document to me or to the staff or to anybody everything, and over the next 6 months, I'm sure other things will emerge. What I can assure you is the language in there has been in place for 12 years, and it's worked. And good ideas like Mr. Peck has can be at the 6-month or 9-month or whatever mark we want. Electeds can track their travel if they choose because they're being undercompensated or their traveling habits. And this process, which is a reimbursement process, we can make an adjustment. But I think I can say with great surety that there is no risk to the county passing this policy today that any money will be lost or people will not receive hard costs that they have expended on behalf of the county. So, you know, this to me is great, great policy, great auditing. You have an opportunity to actually check for the first time, you know, people's the number of activities that go on. So I would ask that you would pass this and let me know when you want to review and what kind of corrections make sense, and we can implement those and bring back whatever is your desire on an individual basis, as well as the new county administrator's experience with it as well.
So rather than waiting 6 months, I'm suggesting that before we make this change, since we're already in the process of making change, to this policy you've told us has worked so well for 10 or 12 years, but as long as we're in the process of making these changes, this is one I think ought to be looked at. So I don't understand the urgency to pass this today. Maybe I missed something in the dialogue. Is there some reason why this can't go to next week now that we've had this good discussion?
This particular, the staff work that's been placed in this,
Right.
and everything's ready to go. If you pass it today, it's ready to go. So this idea that we can adjust a few words, put in a period here and there, and it's somehow going to be a better policy with, as you say, saving money, the staff costs to redo all this, like I said, I recommend that you pass it. If you, and then, like I said, we start documenting if that's what people desire. So it's a modernization, and I hope you'll to get to this point. I never imagined this would take this long, but if I think it's a great idea, we're going to document anyway on local use, very likely, and do maybe possibly some kind of an adjustment, as well as some people may be pulled out because they'll take a motor pool car, so they won't be up there. We know we're going to do adjustments. Let's just plan on an interval and some more data so we can get more input, especially from I think the new administrator's perspective after 6 months of seeing what's going on with the motor pool as well. We don't know how, the motor pool is all brand new as well. So there is for sure going to be another, and everything is set to go April 1st. So we've been working on this for, 60 daes or something. So
Well, that was my question, was it's not so much as a sense of urgency because you've been working on this for X amount of time. So it's not like it's just came up and
Right.
has to be voted on. You've actually done your due diligence and worked on it for the past, 60 days?
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Well, I would just like to add that.
Excuse me, prosecutor, if I might, thank you for the forbearance.
Go ahead, Commissioner Peck, you have the floor.
Have you already discussed this with the chair?
No.
This policy, you haven't had any discussions with him? You sure? No, come on.
Sure. I
Yeah.
don't know if I have or not. I've
We've
talked
had
with Mr.
discussions about it, but it was all the
It was with
abuses. that
Dwayne.
was-
It's actually through Dwayne.
Okay.
And that was one of the notes I had before this gets all wrapped up. I really want to thank Dwayne, and I want to tell the board how much I appreciate Mr. Davidson's work that he's done and the things that have been accomplished since we've been here. So whatever you decide on this, the motor pool and the use of surplus vehicles to address local travel, again, and part of what brought this on was the elections travel to pick up ballots and some of the concerns. We were getting citizen calls about non-marked cars picking up ballots. We addressed a lot of things in this that it's all gotten down to specific words. And I'm telling you, we can fix those. I think it's a great idea to always be open to improve things. But it was with great effort and time put into this today. But again, I appreciate the things that have happened since Mr. Davidson's been here.
And I've had a lot of discussion with Mr. Davidson. And very, very little with Mr. Beaton. And with Mr. Beaton, it was only about the abuses to the travel packages that happened since I've been here.
Okay?
Okay?
So, first off, I'm not aware of how much time you spent, excuse me, with Mr. Davidson on the policy, but that makes perfect sense, and I appreciate you doing that, and I appreciate his input and his effort. This isn't about any of that. What this is about was whether or not there's something about today that this has to be approved as opposed to another week so that you can look at the question of the 100-mile and see if there is a more workable, more equitable for the department head or the electeds, not the commissioners, it's not going to impact us, excuse me, but the other electeds, to ensure that there's equity there and see if there isn't a better mechanism for doing that. We've had issues with the 100-mile of a variety of reasons. My real thinking here is that this is exactly why this board probably ought to be thinking more seriously about workshops, because this is a fairly significant change. It impacts a lot of people in the county. And this kind of discussion could have happened, should have happened in a workshop, Now, I don't know what coordination has happened between Mr. Davidson and the chair and Mr. Davidson and my fellow commissioners, and that's fine. Any discussion there is not only fine, it's entirely appropriate. Be disappointed if there wasn't. I've not heard anything from Mr. Davidson about the policy. It was put out in the read-ahead materials, and of course I read it. So it's a pitch for two things. One is when we're going to have issues like this that are going to be lengthy discussions, I'd respectfully suggest we ought to be doing them as workshops. And the second is I think we ought to take a week and ask you to look at those couple of questions, and I think after that we'd be good to go. It feels a little bit like we have to pass it to find out not what's in it, but how it's going to work.
No, I think
I think if we were to pass it today, and you were to say, look, we'll look at this in 90 days, we'll revisit this question, I could think that would be a reasonable compromise. What I don't want to do is pass it today and not have any commitment for a revisit in, say, 90 days to look at this question, if you don't want to look at it this week.
Well, and so here's the, I think it's a great idea. I think, you know, I recall writing this policy with you and being on the committee 10, 12 years ago, or however long ago it was.
Yes.
I think what we do, this is actually going to apply to more people. And I think the more, I'm a data guy. The more data, the better. So whether you choose 90 days as a board or whether you choose 6 months, we'll put it on the calendar, and I'll work with Dwayne or Mike, and but we'll have more data because it'll apply to more people. And so right now, for me to go back and guess at it and have it ready for you in a week, I am, like I said, I believe this policy is sound the way it is right now, and it'll produce data. And the idea is, again, you have a lot of input. I would appreciate, you know, if you put that in writing, because I don't know that I'll remember it all. But I'm happy to address any of the board's concerns, yours as well, Rocky, on your behalf. I mean, this is not my policy. It is a county policy. That's why Dwayne was integral in trying to figure out how to, the motor pools, this is a big deal. I was pretty excited to have a motor pool and have this availability on these low-cost cars to address. And there is mechanisms, by the way, on how it's billed out when you use the car. So there is mechanisms for use. There is not mechanisms for replacement. This is moving the ball down the field, and I'm hoping we can move it down the field with, you know, with a 6.3. I don't care whatever you want to do it, but more data is what I would like.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we have 10 or 12 years of data, as you've referred to a couple of times. We've been doing this for 10 or 12 years, so we've got lots of data, but if
Not with 100 miles, though.
If-
The only data we have is that it's been a challenge at times. Some people use it, some people don't, some people,
Well,
there's
that
all
data-
kinds of things on that. So
Well,
it's only
excuse me,
4 people that are subject to the 100 miles.
Yeah, the data is there for as long as the policy's been in place, which is roughly a decade, I think you said, but that's fine. Are you saying that you're open to and willing to revisit this in 90 days and see how things are working and have a discussion?
I'm willing to take direction from the board. I'd like to see longer than 90 days. That's only 3. Get through 6 months to find out some decent travel. I don't know how all the other electeds travel, their conferences, that kind of stuff. So it's, I think 90 days is probably too soon to have. I mean, we could do it. It's just like if you directed me to fix it now, I could. I mean, I can do whatever the board as a group directs me to do. But if you're asking, I'd prefer a year.
Well,
But-
I think you've got electeds out there who are not going to have a lot of clarity on what is local mileage. Is it the metropolitan area or is it Franklin County? We've heard both today. They're not going to have a lot of clarity on whether or not they can track and claim above their monthly stipend, although it sounds like they can, although it's not in the policy, which is concerning. And the 100-mile is confusing. So those, to me, seem like real opportunities to make adjustments over the next week or so, and then start a 6-month test, because you've already got some concerns. If we were writing software here and your software engineers pointed out that there's 2 or 3 glitches here and you could avoid those relatively easily, you'd probably do that before you ran your 6-month test, your beta. So thanks for your
Okay, I know we
information
got
and your
a-
efforts.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make it brief?
We have an 11 o'clock with Benton County, and they're waiting outside, so I'd like to wrap this up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Well, I just wanted to add that the one person that is most negatively affected by this policy and urgency would be myself. I've continued to rent my vehicle essentially to the county for official use in business. And by implementing this without addressing the concerns that I've raised today, essentially you're providing a stipend to other elected officials and you're pulling significantly from the stipend that I receive because of the nature of my travel. I probably put on more miles on my vehicle for official travel than most, or if not all, other elected officials together. So I would just ask you to carve out a section from this, because if you adopt the policy as is, essentially you are saying that I am now obligated to provide a vehicle, my vehicle, to the county at a reduced rate of $150 a month from the current rate of $775, which has been deemed as an appropriate rental rate. It's 99% of the current ER&R. It was approved in my budget, and so essentially by taking action today without making a carve-out exception, you are negatively affecting mine while giving the benefit of an increase to the person that came to you to propose this new change. And I think this is the first opportunity that I've had to address this with members of the board and have a discussion with the board. And I think it's important that something as important as this gets an opportunity to be able to flesh this issue out. Obviously, there was contemplation in carving out the sheriff's office and the coroner's vehicle. That consideration wasn't given for the aspects of my job and the duties that I have. So I'm asking you to carve out that section so that we could work on that. It has already been approved in the budget for this year to allow us to continue, and we could look at either an option of equipping one of the existing vehicles in the fleet or going with a vehicle under ER&R, because that's my concern, is that even if I grab one from the fleet, we're going to have to figure out how to move that over to ER&R so it's funded down the road and we don't end up with a budget shortfall. So anyway, that would be my request, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it sounds like, don't we have, 5 vehicles that came from the sheriff's department? And there's one vehicle?
Right, whether or not the board chooses to, whether or not, based on the data, the board wants to do a specialized vehicle, or however you want to handle this. Right now, there is, in this pool, you could choose to do an ER&R for any vehicle or not. And all I'm suggesting is collect the data, and the pool addresses it right now for use. And so it sounds to me like there's a pretty nice one in there that might qualify for what they need. So
That sounds like the easiest solution to me, but just use that vehicle.
The question is timing. When does it properly get equipped and everything else? And if this rush
No more
for
equipped
getting...
than your personal car, I believe.
I'm
is it?
sorry?
It's already set up for the wiring, but it's no more equipped than, your car is not more equipped than this company, this sheriff's vehicle, is that correct? I mean, you don't have
I
flashing
haven't
lights on your
seen,
car.
I haven't inspected it, I haven't had an opportunity to even review it.
Yeah.
Again, this has been pushed here for the first time before the board for discussion and obtaining additional information. And I think we've already addressed some significant issues. If the policy is passed as is, there is some concern with the issue with the mileage reimbursement for the other elected officials, because that is unclear.
All right, so what's the will of the board?
I move to approve Resolution 2023-098 as presented.
Second?
Second. There's been a motion and a second with the discussion.
I think we use the policy as is, and we reevaluate it in 6 months.
I appreciate the efforts to consolidate, streamline. Would have appreciated broader coordination from our front office with each of the commissioners. Don't think that this is quite ready for prime time. There are a few important matters that could, I think, be relatively easily cleaned up with a week's effort, and not hearing anything that rises to the level of a sense of urgency that says it has to be done now and can't be done next week. I think this ought to ought to get reviewed and cleaned up a little bit, and then a couple of weeks or a week come back to us, and at that point, I would be able to happily support it, but we're not ready yet.
There's been a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
So let it be recorded. So should we move on to Benton County right now?
Yes, could we, and we've been advised by, I've been advised by the deputy prosecutor that this I have this listed as closed session. We have a delegation from Benton County here to visit, but it's not appropriate for a closed session. We'll have this in open session, and we have communicated that to the delegation from Benton County, and they are comfortable with that. So
Okay.
at this point, I'd like to go ahead with Benton County and Matt because it involved the that one property valuation. If you could.
So we are moving the closed session to an open session,
Yeah, open session.
and therefore, we don't need to recite any RCW. We're just going to have a discussion with the property in Benton County.
Yes, and so I'll wait for a moment. I think the county administrator will be joining us from, and Dave Wheeler, others. Come on in.
It's still morning, so good morning.
Morning, Jared. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, good morning, gentlemen. From Chairman, invited these gentlemen here today. They are getting to be hard pressed about time about the remodel contract for a juvenile. I know the commissioners have went and viewed that facility individually and appreciate them taking the time to do so and seeing the grave concerns we have there. We've talked about this issue at some length. In the read-aheads, I provided the MOU, the joint resolution, the term sheet that Commissioner Peck requested, which I think really summarizes the issues really well, and then also and help me out, Matt, what do we call this? It's not appraisal, just evaluation, pending evaluation of the current facility, and what they would be willing to compensate us for the building if we were to sign over a quit claim deed to to Benton County for the property. Because we need to kind of move this ahead, they've been invited here to answer any questions you might have or being able to research any further questions you may have so that we could get a resolve on this issue. So.
All right. So do you want to present?
Well, we're here to answer any questions you have on the MOU or the term sheet. I think the MOU and the term sheet have been circulated amongst staff and some of the commissioners. We also worked with Ken Spencer, our treasurer, and Matt Beaton, the county auditor, on reviewing the facility, and they kind of came up with a opinion of value. The county, Benton County, has agreed to propose kind of a waive the first 8 months of usage fee under the MOU to kind of make up for any value that's left there.
Okay.
The county also agreed, Benton County did also agree to modify the original MOU that allowed for us to have 10 years of assurance of the contract. If we went through, it initially was stated that they could basically, after we deeded the property over to them, they could literally sever the contract of the first year. Not that you would have done that, but we put a provision in there that allowed for 10 years. And then we also brought up the issue later on about the valuation of the property. And so then we went and with Matt Beaton and Ken Spencer, the Benton County treasurer, working on that. I think we came up to terms with is fair. Benton County's put in some major remodels in recent years, like the roof that we did not contribute to, that kind of decreased our share. And so I think we're at the point, the only thing that if I can just, abate, and this isn't my opinion, this just come up in some of the discussions I've had, is that when there is a desire for, by some in the Franklin County, and I think it's legitimate, that as a county grows, it may be that we need to take over this juvenile program ourselves and have our own facility. And I think that the 10-year lockout position was basically done with that in mind. Some people have brought up, and I think it might be might be fair for discussion, that maybe we ought to look at maybe an additional amount of time, or I know when I talked about this with Jared, he suggested that there is, you do have a biannual budget, a 2-year budget over there, and if we were to put any additional provisions that would allow for Franklin County to dissolve the agreement and back out, it would be nice if we do any additional terms that they coincide with your budget, which I think is entirely reasonable. If we can maybe possibly talk about that just a little bit, if they'd be willing to give us a one-sided, that basically Franklin County, not Benton County, but Franklin County, in addition to the 10-year, may have an additional point to where we could be looking at this as a county and making a determination about this was something that we wanted to do ourselves, that we would have the ability to do that, other than just the one 10-year option. So with that, I will be quiet and let the commissioners.
Would that be a possibility?
I believe so, yes.
If Franklin County decided for your biannual budget, if we coincided with it in 4 years, we decided, hey, I think we're going to have our own facility, Franklin County could opt out.
Are you saying after the 10 years coincide with a budget, or anytime during the 10 years?
Anytime. We'd only get biannual 2 years, so we'd only get like 4 chances at it in that 10 years. But I'm saying if we're down the road and it's 6 years down the road and we've got more juvenile problems and we need our own facility, would it be okay for us to opt out within those 10 years?
I'd have to have some further discussions on that.
Okay. That would be my only request, and and that's what Mr. Davidson and I had talked about, is the fact that if we had grown exponentially, which we're growing pretty fast, so if that came to the point, if we could opt out within that 10 years, coinciding with your biannual budget, so it wouldn't leave you out there hanging in the middle of a budget.
No, I understand now, and I'd have to consult with my board on that.
Okay.
So, Mr. McPherson, do you anticipate that the new facility would be insufficient to handle both counties' juvenile justice needs for the next decade?
In its current state?
No, the new facility. Let me rephrase. We're doing the update and the remodel to improve a number of things. One of those is capacity. And so do you anticipate that growth in the 2 counties is going to create a need for juvenile justice services that will exceed our new facility?
No.
So any concern that Franklin County might have about the facility not being able to address our needs in the first 10 years is really maybe not something we need to be concerned about, since it's being scaled for at least the 10-year window.
Correct.
Okay, so the idea that we, Franklin County, may need to leave prior to the 10-year would arguably have to be for some reason other than capacity.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to have some clarity around that. Thank you.
Okay, but on the capacity side of it, the old facility how many bed space was that?
I'll defer to Dave.
We currently have basically 40 functional beds in there if we're just single rooming
Right.
the juveniles.
And the new facility will have how many beds?
But I guess it depends on what the outcome of the design build proposal ends up being. It's,
Okay.
I mean, there's.
I heard it was a reduction in beds.
Yeah, there are, I mean, if you look at all of the, I mean, there are beds that are beyond use right now in the old 76 facility. There's 28 beds in there that have been repurposed for programming
Right.
stuff that we could not use, but there are 40 rooms that we do have right now available in the newer remodel that we are using right now.
Okay. Because what I was alluding to was I thought you were reducing the size of the bed space in the new facility. Is that not true?
Sorry, Commissioner, if I may
Yeah.
jump in here. So we're in the process, and Jared asked me to give a quick update, you know, kind of where we're at. But we've gone through a process of getting approval to do a design-build project with this, this project. And so currently, we're in the process of selecting that design-build team. Once we get into the design, things like what the questions are about our 10-year outlook are going to be addressed. We also have other considerations in juvenile to ask the question, can we fulfill with our current facility the need in 10 years? We're not quite sure currently exactly what that need's going to be because there's laws that are changing, right? And so we currently have 40 beds. There's discussions about do we need a 24 bed facility with 8-person pods, or are we looking at 32? And those things will be developed through the design process.
And with that thinking that you're saying there, now there's, I don't know where it's at, but there's a bill that's supposedly going to make 26-year-olds teenagers, right? Was it 24 or 26-year-olds that are going to be also known as juveniles?
You're going to be better to answer that one.
The bill that was proposed was to extend the age of juvenile jurisdiction up to 21, and I think that became amended down to 20 or 19. So there is a bill that's been proposed, but I believe that's dead this year. And if it were to be proposed, there would be like a 2-year blue ribbon type team that would have to figure out how to do that, because obviously that's a huge impact to the state. So it would delay the implementation for like a 2-year period to
Yeah.
figure it out, how it would work, so.
And that's what could change the whole scenario, is if the legislators started changing the age of adolescents, and here we are, where we build a facility and all of a sudden we're overpopulated, then we would like that opportunity to opt out on their biannual budget to do our own.
You know, based on the current numbers and projecting out, not necessarily taking into account the 20-year-olds, but based on the current numbers and the projections, we would be able to accommodate the 2 counties.
Okay.
And if for some reason you physically couldn't, whatever it happened to be, presumably Franklin County would be free and clear to create its own facility if you couldn't meet the contract?
I'm sure we could.
It seems to me that the inherent purpose of the contract is to provide services for both counties, so maybe a line or something in there that said if, due to unforeseen circumstances, you're unable to fulfill that obligation for more than, so many days, that we would be free to seek a different path.
I think that would be very reasonable.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
I have no questions.
Just appreciate the teamwork and the cooperation between the counties and finding a way to do this that we don't have to build 2 facilities in our community.
Mr. Davidson?
Do we feel that we have enough feedback? Have you got enough feedback, Jared, to know what to be asking for in the way of an additional opt-outs? I mean, I heard some ideas just conceptualized, but I didn't, do we, several or just one additional one? Or, I mean, what's the will of the book?
I mean, we can work on some language and send a draft out. In my mind right now, I'm thinking we have the 10-year, and then beyond that, Franklin can opt out after that, coinciding with our budget, with the inclusion of a clause that if we can't meet the needs, even after 4 years, that there's
An
some
emergency
escape
clause
language.
of some
Yeah.
sort, sure, yeah, okay.
I think that'll suffice, so thank you.
Any other?
And would the contract also allow for the, not appraisal, the property valuation amount? Would we be able to net that against our first charges, would that be in the contract?
We have it, the language drafted that to capture the median value, the opinion of value, the median one, the first 8 months of the usage fee would be waived once
So
the
just-
renovation is complete and moving forward.
I think we're getting there.
Yep. I think
We can go back and draft some language, and I can circulate that to you, Mr. Davidson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's good to have you back in Franklin County for a brief moment.
And just for clarity, because summer's coming and these contractors have been, this is, I just want to state it to the board, this is fairly urgent. I mean, action in the month of April would be appreciated, right?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay.
We will have some language to you before the end of the week.
And I'm not aware of any other issues or concerns that I have. If we can address those things, I think I'm good.
Good.
All right?
Thank you for
Thank you
making
for
the
coming
trip.
over. All right, so next we'll move to the public hearing, the adoption of ordinance update of FCC Title 16 subdivision, presented by Millyann. And at this time, I'll open the public hearing. So please.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Millyann Van Devender. I work for AHBL, and we have been working as contract planners for Franklin County for 6 years now. We started with your update to your comprehensive plan. We facilitated that through. And as part of that process, you're supposed to look at your codes and make sure that they are properly implementing your comprehensive plan and any updates that you want to go forward with. So that's where this update to the subdivision sort of came about. We also worked as your staff, your planning staff, for a little while you didn't have any staff, and then we assisted. Once you hired staff, we continued to assist with that process. And I bring that up because we had the opportunity to review all of these kinds of permits and proposals for subdivisions. So we reviewed a lot of short plats, a lot of some boundary line adjustments, innovative ag short plats, that kind of thing. And when we came into it using this code, we found it to be rather cumbersome and disjointed, and a lot of the requirements are all over the place. There might be some things in the zoning code, there might be some things in the subdivision code, there might be some things that Public Works holds the document, the requirements for. There's a requirement for a public health approval. So there were a lot of things, and it was confusing for us, and we do this every day. So you can imagine how confusing it would be for property owners, people who, developers, builders, anybody that wanted to come in and subdivide their property. So that's when we were asked to take a deep dive into this. So what you'll see, I say all of that as a preface to say that most of these updates are with the intention of making it clearer, more concise, more efficient to disseminate the information, and more efficient to review the projects that come in, so that we have everything in one place, so that, like I said, a property owner would be able to look at it and know exactly what they're required to do, or they hire a surveyor who would look at it and know exactly what to do, as well as the reviewers would have a better ability to review more efficiently. To save time, I won't go through the specific sections, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I've been working on this for several years. Oh, I will add that we drafted the proposed revisions, and then we circulated it among Franklin County staff. So it went to various departments that have a stake or a role in reviewing subdivisions, Public Works, the survey department. Different departments got to have their hands on this, got to give input, and then we incorporated that input into the revisions. Then we took it through the proper process. We actually took it to Planning Commission twice for workshops to allow them the opportunity to get used to the code to read through it and to ask a lot of questions about the revisions. And then we took it to them for, they held a public hearing on it at the beginning of this year and recommended approval to you. Yeah, it was a continuation of a public hearing. They had one and then they continued it to a second hearing, just in case there was anyone in the public who wanted to give input. They wanted to provide that opportunity.
Was there any input?
There was one builder who provided comment about the revisions. Yeah, there wasn't anything that was.
Frankly, his primary concern was how we went about the notification process. He did not really seem to articulate specific issues. His review was that, I guess in the city, they had a process where they really got together with a bunch of stakeholders. I don't know how they determined who was appropriate stakeholder or not. We've been working on it for so long that we did all the proper notification. We just didn't target any particular group for notice, except for those that were on our contact us list. So, and that's because that's what we have here is an opt-in process. And for me, I have a concern of appearance if I target particular groups and maybe I miss somebody, those types of things. So I kind of take the same approach for everyone. And so that was his primary, at least what he articulated at the hearing. He did not submit written comments.
All right. So commissioners, questions?
Nope.
Okay, this is an open public meeting. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment? Anybody on the phone? Seeing none, I would just like to say thank you, because I have had a lot of people that have complained about the ordeal they got to go through in trying to subdivide and stuff. So I appreciate it trying to be organized and simplified. And I thank you for it. So at this time, I'll close the open public meeting and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I understand you've just closed the public hearing on this item, and this is ordinance 01-2023.
Correct.
Okay. So move for approval of ordinance 01-2023 as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second for ordinance 01-2023. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All righty, thank you very much
Thank you.
for all that hard work, 6 years. Appreciate it. All right, next we'll move down to the Commissioner Administrator updates. Mr. Davidson?
I'll just make this fast, Mr. Chairman. I've had several delightful long meetings with Mr. Gonzalez, the new county administrator coming in. He's been able to spend a lot of time with me, and that's been a delight. I've moved offices now, and allowing him to move some things in early, and I appreciate once again all of the time he spent. I did attend one outside meeting that I'll let Commissioner Didier speak to. It was a very interesting meeting concerning Hanford Waste that we went to yesterday. I'll let him elaborate more on that. And just for a full disclosure, because most of you gentlemen know, I'm going to part-time status, supposedly, if with approval of the contract is later. Most of you know the nonprofits that I'm involved with. There's several. I've added one to the list over the weekend where I've been elected to the Washington State Association of Holstein Breeders Association as Secretary Treasurer, which is a flashback to my previous life in the dairy farm. It's going to be a little different there, but I can tell you that the bovines are easier to herd than some recent recent activities that I've been engaged in. So with that, that's the end of my report.
Commissioner Peck?
Columbia Basin Development League meeting I guess that was Thursday now, the days go by. That was a good 3+ hour meeting. Benton Franklin Council of Governments, we called a short notice meeting of the board on Monday to take advantage of a grant program offered through the state that, to summarize, would have the Council of Governments collect data, research, and prepare a plan on broadband expansion in Benton and Franklin counties. We're able to do the additional work out of our existing staff, so there's no additional cost to the Council of Governments or the member agencies, which of course are the cities and counties. And it generates roughly $125,000 in revenue to the COG, which is a really good fit with the whole purpose for the Council of Governments is to be able to act as a financial agent and do that kind of work and to do it out of pocket and bring in revenue all at the same time. Wassac legislative update on Friday, and those are the key highlights this week.
Commissioner Mullen?
So I had the opportunity to tour the Juvenile Justice Center along with Michael Alvarez from Benton County and Mike Gonzalez. Also had the TriDeck meeting, and then also took the invitation from public comment last week and drove out and looked at the properties on Elm Street, which looks like there's some cleanup that should be done out there. And also I saw what looked to be violations as far as people residing in RVs, several of them out there, just alone on Elm Street, which Franklin County, without getting permits, you're allowed to live in your RV for 3 days. Is that correct, Mr. Bratton?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally speaking, yeah.
We understand, it's not per se a written policy regarding the RVs, it's we understand that folks come and visit. And,
Sure.
But when people are trying to build a home or something, sometimes they'll get a permit to live in their RV while they're building the home, but it's limited to 6 months unless they're in an designated RV park. So, and just as follow-up, yes, they have been notified. Those notifications went out yesterday with site photos and various other things. So we are in process of code enforcement right now.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I also went out to Ringgold Road and looked at the property that got flooded here last December, so have a better idea of what exactly happened out there. And then also had several calls on, I don't even know how to explain it, but supposedly a Disney production that's going on in Pasco. I don't know if it's a sanctioned Disney event, anyways, but if you have concerns about that event, you can actually Google Disney copyright infringement, and they make it very simple. Disney really protects their intellectual property, so if you have a complaint there, that's where I would suggest that you start. So, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Well, my last week consisted of a lot of texts and emails about this Disney event down here in downtown Pasco and concerns. And I too concur with Mr. Mullen. I also had calls from Mr. Dorman about Dayton Road, where they're putting down the dust control. Went out and drove it. There is no dust, but it is very rough. What it is, it firms up the ground to the point where a lot of potholes are created. And then I had calls from Ms. Worsham and Rickenback that both are in favor of the dust control, but they would like to see the road smoothed up. I had a meeting with EMS Fire District 5, Mr. Thornhill. Very good meeting with Mr. Davidson, and we're still trying to remedy our problems with our EMS in District 2. I had a meeting with Mr. Davidson and our our neighbor commissioner, McKinney, about some ideas about OPD, other items that are concerning to Franklin County. Had a good, long discussion with her on those. Also had a call from a Jamie Carson, who's with the Somerset Counseling Center, and she was was at the Bi-County meeting, was having problems getting a hold of CBC's nursing department, so I reached out to the CBC nursing department. We have a meeting arranged with Kim Tucker and Doug Hughes, who's the Dean of Nursing at CBC. They are considering bringing in the education for nurses to be educated for the mental health and drug addiction, which is something that is very much needed because we can't find personnel to even work at the facility once it is put together, the Bi-County. We don't have people to work at it. Spokane has this credentials in their junior college, and everybody's being hired up there, and the same with Yakima, so we need it here at CBC. And then yesterday, I asked Mr. Davidson to go with me. We went out and we listened to the briefing on the high-level and low-level waste and what's going on there, and it was the guy that presented was Tom Fletcher, Assistant Manager, Federal Project Director, Waste Treatment and Immobilization Plant. Very good presentation, a lot of discussion on the grouting of this material on the low-level waste, and then the high-level waste, the glassification, and this man's knowledge of everything out there, which was impeccable. It was incredible, and a lot of questions were fired at him, and he answered them all. He's a very good presenter, and he's the one that's going before Congress and fighting for the funds to get this cleaned up. And I'm glad he's representing us back there because it was very well done. And then I found out before the meeting that our neighbor, long-time neighbor out in Franklin County, Mr. Verl Stutzman, passed away. So if you know that family, keep them in your prayers. So with that, we'll move down to the elected department head business. Is there any department heads or elected officials that would have any concerns that they'd like to bring forward? Discussion. Seeing none coming forward, we'll move on down to the administration office business. Mr. Davidson.
Chairman, the first is HAPO Advisory Board appointment. This was brought forth, I think, that Shirley Jones with the Commissioner's Office informed you gentlemen last week about this applicant. We've included his application as part of the read-aheads. There's one position open. This is a 6-person board that is with both the City of Pasco and Franklin County. We have the one vacancy. This person is very qualified, has a lot of event planning experience. It's the only applicant that we got, and because they are anticipating meeting, Shirley, help me out, isn't it by the later this month, April? So because there is a meeting coming up, it would be very nice if we could place this person so we have a fully staffed board. And you appoint, I hope I'm pronouncing this, Robitelli, is it? Robitelli. Right. To the advisory board.
Any discussion?
HAPO Advisory Board, I should say.
I think it's admirable of Michael to be driving clear from Clovis to come represent North County, and I think that's a great addition to the HAPO Center.
I would agree. So you're looking for approval of resolution, move to approve resolution 2023-099.
Second.
Been a motion and a second to approve resolution 2023-099. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, next up is me, as a new role. Hopefully, you'll appoint as consultant. It's my desire and hope your desire to stay on and help Mr. Gonzalez with an easy transition. this contract has been modified. I've worked with Jen and with personnel on it. It's focused not on necessarily a period of time as much as it's focused on a limited number of hours. I'm limited to a very specific number of hours. I've already used up a good portion of those this year. And so I think I think it calls out 475 hours is all that remains. And I will be very diligent about only working the hours necessary and trying to reserve some time so that in the fall I can come back and help with the new administrator and Tim with the county budget. We came up with a workshop and developed some ideas to help with the budgeting process, and hopefully we'll be able to implement some of those when that time comes. So it's my desire that if you so choose that we approve this contract, which will limit my time here, but I promise you I'll allocate it out to the best use possible.
Discussion?
Oh, I agree with it, so. Move to approve Resolution 2023-0, I'm sorry, Resolution 2023-101 as presented.
Second?
There's been a motion and a second for Resolution 2023-101. Discussion?
So, without respect to any of the individuals involved, Mr. Gonzalez or Mr. Davidson, this is not about personalities, it's not about individuals, it's about the process that has brought us to where we are today. I have, I think, communicated pretty consistently and pretty clearly throughout the process what my objections have been. They're duly noted on the record. There's no need to repeat those. And I'll just say that at this point, the board has brought us to a point in time and a circumstance where I do think that having a consultant on board is in the best interest of the county, so I will be supporting.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Next, we'll move down to the approval.
Mr. Chairman, I've been advised by our legal counsel that that this next item of the Gallagher contract be moved to executive session. I do not, if it's okay, I'd rather not deal with it right now, put it to the end of the agenda and deal with it as an executive session, so if we could move past it.
Okay.
And moving past it, there's one item that I'd like to bring to your attention that's not listed on the print, on the read-aheads, but it's a very timely issue, and I've asked Shirley Jones from the Commissioner's Office to present that issue to you today. It's concerning lighting of the Happel Pavilion.
I did forward these within an email, and if you need hard copies, I certainly brought those, if you'd like. So in the energy upgrades that we dealt with as far as working with McKinstry and DES, it was mainly upgrading current lighting, mainly going towards better LED type lighting. There are no poles. There are no lights at all outside of the ice pavilion, strictly on the building. And so what this is about is I asked McKinstry to please check into what the cost would be, because I knew we had some contingency that still was available. And so what they came up with was, you'll see in the map, there are 2 poles that could be placed, and then the tie-in to the actual electrical outlet in order to bring lighting. Unfortunately, the ice pavilion is pretty much the busiest times are September through roughly June. And a majority of that, you've got it's dark. And so you have families, you have small kids that are out in that parking lot, and it is pitch black. And so I felt that we we would benefit, safety-wise, liability-wise, should we have lighting out there. And you'll see that the actual cost is going to run $117,428 for those 2 poles. And they would be out in the parking lot, to where it also, if you, at the base of that picture, you'll see a lane there, and there is actually some parking south of that. And so this would benefit that area as well, should we have overflow. I have understood that there's anywhere from 700 to 1,000 people that are using the pavilion itself. You have tournaments, you have training. They have the actual, their own team that are always competing. So what we're looking at is that we have a contingency of $402,521. And so there is monies available. McKinstry does not see those funds being used at this point in time. What we're looking for is a consensus to be able to use $117,000 of that in order to get this lighting out where it really needs to be. And so I'm looking for a consensus to move forward, and McKinstry actually could move forward with the whole project out there should be complete by July 31st. And what they're doing is they're looking to have this project also done by July 31st, so we're still on the same timeline.
Thank you, Shirley. I'll just quickly say that anytime we identify a deficiency in one of our facilities that a reasonable person could conclude would bring risk on the public, trips, falls, accidents, crime, under Washington's joint and several liability law, we are exposed. And so this makes perfect sense, and I appreciate you bringing it to us. I support it.
I support it as well, because it's obviously a safety issue and will protect us against any future liability of somebody tripping in the dark out there. So no, thank you.
I also support it, and I think the need is for the children coming out of there and a dark parking lot with cars moving around. My question is, it says line bore. Line bore means they're going to bore a hole through the ground. With this asphalt in the shape that it is, why aren't we looking at a narrow strip of removing asphalt and putting the power in that way?
Actually, from what the map shows, they're showing that they actually would dig a trench type situation to the power that is in the adjacent parking lot.
Then why do they have line bore down? Line bore means boring a hole through the ground.
Well, I believe that's for the poles themselves.
Okay.
And
But that would be drilling the holes down, so they're not boring for the power, they're boring for the light structures.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, I'm in favor of it too, and they've got funds available. So do we just need a consensus here, or is there a resolution?
No, a consensus would be great.
I think you have the consensus of the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll move to public comment. Is there anybody for public comment? Anybody on the phone?
We had someone on the phone, but I don't know if, are they still there?
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. You know, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I have to agree with Sean Sand. You shouldn't be out there on the road without lights on there. I drove truck for 10 years, and I can't tell you the number of dead cops I've seen on the side of the road hit because other vehicles didn't see them. Even though they have flashing lights on, these officers don't get to go home. I don't think anybody that works for any job should be forced into a situation like that, out into vehicular homicides or not. You two have to work that way. But regardless of the point, I think, let's just read a little bit right here. For behold, the Lord has blessed them so long with the riches of the world that they had not been stirred up to anger, nor bloodshed. Therefore, they began to set their hearts upon riches. Let's skip forward. It says, and it was they who did murder the chief judge And now it came to pass, when the Lamanites found that the robbers amongst them, they were extremely sorrowful, and they did use every means in their power to destroy them. Let me warn you, there are robbers and murderers and liars amongst you. The Book of Mormon is real. The Book of Mormon is true. And local Mormons have used their knowledge of the Book of Mormon to take advantage, take over local government, and murder their brethren. They've taken over the judge's seat. They have taken over elected positions. And they are leading you astray, trying to create a heaven on earth, trying to create their own Zion here. Meanwhile, they migrate in from Utah in numerous numbers, and they vote politically as one. And they are taking advantage. They are murdering their brethren, just like in the Book of Mormon says. They're killing people, and they're twisting the laws and altering things with Mickey Mouse prosecutions in order to do it. And they rise to the top. As everyone said before, it's gaining. We're growing. Franklin County is spreading fast. Absolutely. And the best way to make sure you stay on top is to silence any of your opposers, to step against them. I thought Jim was out of money, usable money for the vehicles, yet he has one all of a sudden for Sean Stant. Let's get on the internet. Let's order some police lights. Let's have that next day them here. Let's have them by Friday and have them set on the vehicle and installed. There's somebody sitting around that can do that. There's got to be. Come on, let's not make it sound like a big deal. Brad Peck asked for some clarification and things got hostile. Imagine what it's like when you're disabled and you're asking for clarification and they don't have no accountability to you because they can delete the video. Imagine that. Imagine what they can do to the disabled, to the poor, to other cops who say, hey, alter that report. And I'm not going to alter that report, but that's what we do around here. You understand me? Have a good day.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, we're going to go to executive session. I believe we've got an additional one, so we have 4.
Yes, Chairman, the first executive session, if we could have, it concerns the assessor's office. I see their county assessors here, and I've asked that the chief appraiser be allowed to be in, and also Ms. Wilder with the Human Resource Department also, and our civil deputy. So at this time, I request an executive session.
Excuse me, Ms. Davidson. Mr. Chair, before we go into 3 or 4 different executive sessions, I'd like to request a 5-minute recess.
Yes, sure. Granted. 5-minute recess. We're taking that at 11:41, so we'll come back at 11:46. Okay, we are back from our recess. We're back to a regular session. And at this time, Mr. Davidson, would you please take us into executive session?
Margot, did you want to
And
stay
for
here
what
I can just come up
length
if
of
there's any
time?
questions for me?
Mr. Chairman, call executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110, Section 1, subsection I. Want to draw attention to the board that is different than was on the agenda, on the printed agenda, but that's under advice of legal counsel that
Oh,
I've
did
changed.
it, the first executive
The first
subsection G
executive session
changed?
has been changed to be 1I.
Okay. For how long?
For 20 minutes?
Yeah, 15 to 20.
20 minutes.
20 minutes, and we are going into executive session at 1:48. At this time, we'll recess into executive session for 20 minutes. We are out of executive session. And Mr. Davidson, would you take us into the next executive session?
Mr. Chairman, I know for sure we have two remaining, one with civil service and one with the request by our deputy PA to pull the Gallagher contract. I would prefer, can we do the Gallagher contract now, Jen? So, and Jen, how long, 10 minutes?
I need, yeah, it wasn't marked, so you wouldn't have known.
And one of the markings was on the wrong page.
What?
Okay. Okay, well, that said, then, they are the same. I have one contract negotiations down for the clerks, it's not? It's potential litigation? Okay. Two items under, Mr. Chairman? A request under RCW 4230-110, Section 1, subsection I, to discuss two different matters with legal counsel with an estimated time of about 15 minutes.
10 minutes?
We're combining it, so 15.
15.
So at this time, we'll go into executive session for 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we've come out of executive session and we're back to regular session. Mr. Davidson, would you please take us into the next executive session?
Mr. Chairman, a request executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110, Section 1, subsection G.
And we are requesting
15 minutes.
15 minutes. So at this time, we'll recess into executive session. We've come out of executive session. We're going to return to the same RCW executive session for 10 more minutes. We've come out of executive session. We're going to return to the same RCW for an extension of 5 minutes. At this time, we'll recess to executive session.
Okay, we're back on.
Why it matters if they're an employee.
All right, we have come out of executive session. We're back to regular session, and I believe we have a,
Jen? So we're doing the Gallagher contract, right?
Yeah, and then
Oh, I
I'm gonna-
was fearful that you were leaving.
The other letter, so yeah, we can sign that part, that's.
Would you mind, because there is signature only places on here, this is the original, would you mind looking at this before I send it?
I already looked at that, that's everything except for this letter.
So this is okay?
That needs to be signed still, this also
okay,
needs to be looked at.
needs to be signed, but do we need a motion? Is that a resolution?
That is a resolution.
Yes.
That was on the agenda. It was like,
102, yeah, 2023-102.
Then what about the waiver? Shouldn't that be,
She's going to print it and bring it back down.
well,
Or do you want
should
me
be
to?
part of this resolution?
it's listed on the ASR as being in there. I don't know what the actual resolution says, if the resolution.
Would you mind checking on the ASR to make sure it's on there, because we got like 3 different ones Friday.
Well, it says contract and addendum.
Yeah, that doesn't say waiver on it, so that's the wrong ASR.
So if the addendum is not the waiver. So there's the background. ASR, resolution ASR and Gallagher contract and addendum.
Because the original one.
It doesn't say waiver.
The original one I had approved said waiver.
Can we just write in there and waiver on that one?
Or add it in the motion.
I can
Or add in the
write it
motion.
on here and add it in the motion.
Today. The problem is are you guys gonna?
Is time of the essence?
Nothing they're gonna do in the next week is going to affect.
So we can bring that back next
I
week?
can
Okay.
combine it, it's not a problem, it's only what you prefer, it's fine with me.
If you guys, I mean, you guys can have this one. I can address it today. I signed off on the waiver on how I think it.
I understand.
should go, but I just, it's
signature.
pages, so I just want to have time to actually read the letter.
Well, you read it to us. By the consent decrees. Well, I for one would like them to get working on this, and if the chair would like, I can fashion a motion that
Yes,
includes
please.
the waiver.
Yes, please.
Are we back in open session?
Yes, we are.
Yes, you are, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, we had an item that was originally on the agenda for today. It got set aside for some administrative polishing, I would call it, and this falls under Resolution 2023-102. Before I move for approval, I'd like to clarify that this isn't a matter of contract with Gallagher. The resolution title is Resolution approving clerical amendments to the contract from Gallagher HR and Compensation Consulting, hereinafter Gallagher, and approval of an attached addendum, which speaks to the services to be provided. Also, as part of this collective package is a waiver that is referenced Sherman antitrust liability, and this document is asking the county to declare our preference with respect to how Gallagher proceed in the work that they're going to do. And, oh, those are signature tabs, okay. And the client agreement, as it's labeled, has been signed by our civil attorney on behalf of the county, and is directing Gallagher to abide by the consent decrees, thereby conducting the salary survey in accordance with the procedures outlined in this letter, which is in total saying we want you to follow the law in all respects relevant to this work. So that's the complete package, is an agreement for Gallagher to do our HR study, together with the addendum, together with the waiver I've just described. So that all comes under Resolution 2023-102. I move for approval of that resolution as just briefed for the board's benefit.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second for Resolution 2023-102. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, is there any other business for the good of the county? Mr. Davidson?
No, sir.
Anybody else? So at this time,
I do want to say something if we're about to recess. Just to clarify on the travel policy. Travel policy is reimbursement for expenses. It is not part of income. No one is asking anyone to pay for county expenses. It's simply a reimbursement for the money that you spent on travel. It is not part of income and shouldn't be considered it. If it's income, then obviously there's an overpayment of expenses. I just want to make that clear. Again, travel policy is simply reimbursement for your travel expenses. Thank you.
And I would offer to those insightful observations the fact that in the process of travel, it is possible for employees to incur taxable fringe benefits. And the policy, I think, does a reasonable job of articulating the difference. Taxable income as opposed to reimbursements. But I concur with your assessment. Just wanted to point out some things are taxable.
Thank you.
is there any other business for the good of the county? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.